Why Odysseus's greatest enemy was his own ego. Most people believe the greatest danger in the Odyssey was the sea. Others think it was monsters, angry gods, or impossible storms. But none of those came close to the one enemy Odysseus carried everywhere he went. It traveled with him onto every ship, into every battle, and through every victory. It whispered into his decisions when no one else could hear it. And the frightening part is that this same enemy follows us today. It does not look like a monster. It feels like confidence. It sounds like self-respect. But when it grows unchecked, it quietly transforms into ego. The kind of ego that convinces you that one more word, one more victory, or one more chance to prove yourself is worth risking everything you already have. That is exactly what happened to Odysseus. After escaping the cave of the Cyclops through intelligence instead of brute strength, he had already won. He had survived what should have killed him. His men were finally sailing away. The danger was over. There was nothing left to prove. Yet, instead of protecting the victory, he could not resist announcing his real name to the monster he had just defeated. In that single moment, he traded safety for recognition. He wanted credit more than peace. That one decision gave the Cyclops the power to call on Poseidon, and suddenly one moment of pride turned into years of suffering. It was never the monster that destroyed his journey. It was the need to be remembered as the man who defeated the monster. That sounds ancient until you realize how often people do the same thing. Someone wins an argument, but they keep talking until they ruin the relationship. Someone builds a successful career, but they become so obsessed with proving they are the smartest person in the room that they stop listening and begin making reckless decisions. Someone escapes a difficult chapter in life, but instead of quietly moving forward, they need everyone to know how strong they are. The victory itself is no longer enough. Validation becomes the real goal, and validation is one of the most expensive addictions a human being can develop. Modern psychology explains why this happens. Our brains are wired to protect our identity. When people praise us, reward us, or admire us, the brain releases dopamine. That chemical creates pleasure and reinforces behavior. Over time, many people stop chasing meaningful goals and start chasing the emotional reward of being admired. The focus quietly shifts from doing the right thing to looking like the person who always does the right thing. This is where ego becomes dangerous because it disguises itself as confidence while secretly making every decision about protecting an image. Think about social media for a moment. How many people have destroyed friendships, careers, or reputations because they could not resist making one unnecessary post or one unnecessary comment? They already had respect. They already had success. But the desire to be seen, praised, or remembered pushed them further than wisdom ever would have allowed. The platform changes, but the psychology remains identical to what happened on Odysseus's ship thousands of years ago. The truly unsettling part is that ego rarely appears when we are weak. It appears after success. Failure usually makes people cautious. Success often makes them careless. Psychologists sometimes describe this as overconfidence bias. After several victories, the brain begins to overestimate its own judgment. It starts believing that, because previous risks worked out, future risks will too. That illusion becomes incredibly powerful, because every successful decision strengthens the belief that you cannot be wrong. Eventually, you stop questioning yourself altogether. Odysseus was brilliant, courageous, and resourceful. Those qualities saved him countless times. But they also created the illusion that he could control every outcome. His intelligence became part of his identity, and protecting that identity became more important than protecting his future. That is the hidden tragedy inside his story. His greatest strength slowly became the doorway to his greatest weakness. You can probably recognize this pattern in people around you, maybe even in yourself. The moment someone cannot admit they made a mistake. The moment they need the last word in every conversation. The moment they refuse advice, because accepting help feels like admitting weakness. None of these behaviors come from genuine confidence. Truly confident people do not constantly need proof that they matter. It is usually insecurity wearing expensive clothes. Ego talks loudly because it is terrified of silence. There is another psychological principle at work here called self-serving bias. People naturally credit themselves for success while blaming outside forces for failure. This bias protects self-esteem, but it also prevents growth. If every victory proves your greatness and every failure is someone else's fault, then you never develop the humility required to improve. Odysseus spent years fighting external enemies, yet the internal battle was far more difficult because the mind always finds convincing excuses for its own pride. This is why so many intelligent people sabotage themselves. Intelligence does not eliminate ego. Sometimes it strengthens it. The smarter someone becomes, the easier it is for them to justify their own mistakes with sophisticated reasoning. They become experts at defending decisions instead of questioning them. Wisdom, on the other hand, requires something completely different. It requires the ability to look at yourself honestly, even when the truth hurts your pride. The Odyssey quietly suggests that survival depends on more than courage or intelligence. It depends on knowing when enough is enough, knowing when silence is stronger than recognition, knowing when walking away is more powerful than proving a point. Those lessons sound simple, but they challenge one of the deepest human desires, the desire to matter in the eyes of others. Perhaps that is why this story has survived for thousands of years. Most people will never face a Cyclops or an angry sea god, but every single person will eventually face the temptation to choose pride over peace. Every person will have a moment when they can either protect their future or protect their image. And the frightening truth is that the choice often feels invisible until the consequences arrive. By then, the storm is already following you, and the enemy you feared was never waiting outside. It was patiently growing within you all along. The psychology of delayed gratification, waiting 20 years for the right moment. Imagine finally standing one step away from everything you have wanted for years. Home is within sight. The people you love are waiting. Every part of you wants to rush forward, claim the reward, and end the struggle forever. Now imagine forcing yourself to wait anyway. Not because you have to, but because you know that acting too soon could destroy everything you have fought to protect. That is one of the most overlooked lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. It is not simply a story about surviving impossible obstacles. It is a story about mastering the unbearable tension between desire and discipline. And that tension is something almost every person loses to in everyday life. Most people believe success belongs to the fastest person. We celebrate instant results, overnight fame, and quick victories. We live in a world where food arrives in minutes, entertainment is available instantly, and answers appear with a single search. Our brains have quietly adapted to expect immediate rewards. The longer we wait, the more uncomfortable we become. Waiting starts to feel like failure. But the Odyssey tells a completely different story. Odysseus does not win because he moves quickly. He wins because he knows exactly when not to act. After 20 exhausting years away from Ithaca, Odysseus finally returns home. But instead of running through the doors and embracing his family, he disguises himself as a beggar. Imagine the emotional weight of that decision. He walks through the halls of his own home while strangers insult him. He watches arrogant men consume his food, disrespect his household, and compete for the love of his wife. Every instinct must have screamed for immediate action. Yet he remains silent. He observes. He gathers information. He waits until every piece is in place before revealing who he truly is. That patience becomes the reason he succeeds. At first, this almost feels unnatural. Why would anyone delay happiness after suffering for 2 decades? Because Odysseus understood something that modern psychology has repeatedly confirmed. The ability to delay gratification often predicts better outcomes than raw talent alone. One of the most famous psychological experiments explored this idea by placing children in front of a single marshmallow. They could eat it immediately or wait and receive 2 instead. The remarkable finding was not about candy. It was about self-control. Children who learned to resist immediate temptation often developed stronger decision-making skills later in life. The experiment has since been debated and expanded, but its central insight remains powerful. The ability to tolerate temporary discomfort often creates greater long-term rewards. Our brains are constantly balancing 2 competing systems. One part craves immediate pleasure. It wants relief now. It wants comfort now. It wants recognition now. Another part of the brain is responsible for planning, judgment, and long-term thinking. Every meaningful achievement depends on strengthening that second system. The challenge is that immediate rewards always feel emotionally louder than future rewards. That is why saving money is difficult. That is why healthy habits are difficult. That is why meaningful relationships often require sacrifices that seem unfair in the moment. The future whispers while the present shouts. Odysseus becomes extraordinary because he refuses to let the shouting control him. Every hour he spends disguised inside his own home is an act of psychological discipline. He is not ignoring his emotions. He is controlling their timing. There is a huge difference. Suppressing emotions without purpose creates resentment. Delaying action for a meaningful goal creates power. That distinction changes everything. Think about how often people destroy opportunities simply because they cannot tolerate waiting. Someone quits a promising career because progress feels too slow. Someone abandons a relationship because the excitement fades before trust has time to grow. Someone invests emotionally in instant pleasure instead of lasting fulfillment. In nearly every case, the problem is not a lack of ability. It is a lack of patience. The mind confuses temporary discomfort with permanent failure. Neuroscience offers another fascinating explanation. Every time we successfully resist an impulse, we strengthen the neural pathways associated with self-regulation. In simple terms, patience behaves like a muscle. The more often you practice choosing long-term rewards over immediate satisfaction, the easier that choice gradually becomes. The opposite is also true. Every time we constantly satisfy every impulse without resistance, impulsive behavior becomes stronger. The brain simply repeats whatever patterns we reinforce. This makes Odysseus even more remarkable. His 20-year journey was not just preparing him physically. It was preparing his mind. Every obstacle demanded restraint. Every setback forced him to adapt instead of reacting emotionally. By the time he reached Ithaca, he had developed something far more valuable than strength. He had developed emotional endurance. That is the ability to remain focused even while your emotions beg you to act differently. There is another reason delayed gratification feels so painful. Waiting creates uncertainty. When you delay action, there is no guarantee the reward will arrive. Your brain naturally prefers certainty, even if the certain outcome is smaller. That is why people often settle for less than they truly want. The guaranteed reward today feels safer than the uncertain possibility of something greater tomorrow. Odysseus rejected that mindset completely. He accepted uncertainty because he understood that meaningful victories almost always require it. Perhaps this is why his story continues to resonate across thousands of years. Every person faces moments where patience feels impossible. Every person experiences the temptation to grab the first opportunity, say the first angry words, or chase the fastest reward. Yet the moments that shape our lives are often the ones where we choose restraint instead. Not because waiting feels good, but because we recognize that timing is part of wisdom. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that patience is never passive. It is one of the most active psychological decisions a person can make. It demands confidence without immediate proof. It demands faith without visible results. Most importantly, it demands the courage to believe that rushing toward success can sometimes carry you farther away from it. In the end, Odysseus did not reclaim his life because he wanted it more than anyone else. He reclaimed it because he understood that the right moment is often worth waiting for, even if that wait lasts far longer than anyone believes is possible. How curiosity can become a form of self-destruction, the Cyclops lesson. There is a strange habit almost every human being has. We know something is dangerous, yet a part of us still wants to get closer. We know we should leave certain questions unanswered, avoid certain people, or walk away from situations that feel wrong. Yet curiosity keeps whispering that maybe just one more look will not hurt, maybe one more question, maybe one more risk. That tiny voice has pulled people into disasters throughout history, and one of the clearest examples appears inside the Odyssey. The story of the Cyclops is not only about surviving a monster. It is about the frightening moment when curiosity stops serving wisdom and starts feeding destruction. When Odysseus and his men arrived on the island of the Cyclops, they had a choice that most people forget. They could have taken supplies and quietly sailed away. They were already safe. There was no battle waiting for them, no enemy chasing them. But Odysseus wanted to know who lived inside the cave. He wanted to meet the owner. He wanted answers. His curiosity pushed him beyond what survival required. That single decision changed everything. At first, curiosity seems like a heroic quality. After all, it is the reason humans discover new ideas, invent new technologies, and explore places no one has ever seen. Without curiosity, civilization would never have progressed. But psychology reveals something important. Curiosity is not automatically healthy. Like any powerful instinct, it becomes dangerous when it disconnects from judgment. The same drive that leads someone to learn can also lead someone into situations they should never have entered. Think about how often this happens today. Someone opens a message they already suspect will upset them. Someone continues reading hateful comments even though they know it will ruin their mood. Someone keeps checking an ex-partner's social media, fully aware that every visit makes healing harder. They are not searching for information anymore. They are feeding a psychological impulse that feels impossible to ignore. The behavior looks harmless, but emotionally it becomes a trap. That is exactly what happened inside the Cyclops cave. Odysseus was no longer gathering useful information. He was satisfying a desire to know. The problem is that the human brain often mistakes curiosity for necessity. We convince ourselves that we need answers when what we really crave is emotional closure. Unfortunately, those two things are not the same. Many questions have answers that leave us worse than before. Researchers studying curiosity have found that uncertainty creates psychological tension. The brain dislikes incomplete information because it feels unresolved. That discomfort motivates us to seek answers. Normally, this mechanism helps us learn, but it also explains why people cannot resist clicking alarming headlines, reading gossip, or investigating situations that ultimately harm them. The brain experiences relief when uncertainty disappears, even if the information itself causes pain. In other words, satisfying curiosity can feel rewarding even when the consequences are deeply negative. Inside the cave, that reward lasted only a moment. What followed was terror. The Cyclops sealed the entrance, trapping everyone inside. Suddenly, the simple desire to know became a fight for survival. Several of Odysseus's men lost their lives because of a decision that had never been necessary in the first place. That is the hidden psychological lesson. Many of life's greatest disasters begin long before the obvious danger appears. They begin with one unnecessary step toward something we could have avoided entirely. What makes this lesson even more uncomfortable is that curiosity often disguises itself as courage. People tell themselves they are being brave by exploring every possibility, confronting every mystery, or chasing every answer. Sometimes that is true, but sometimes bravery is recognizing that not every door deserves to be opened. Wisdom is not measured by how much you are willing to discover. It is measured by knowing which discoveries are worth their cost. There is another psychological concept that explains why this is so difficult. It is called sensation seeking. Some people naturally crave novelty, excitement, and intense experiences. Their brains respond more strongly to new stimulation, making ordinary life feel less satisfying. While this trait can produce creativity and innovation, it also increases the likelihood of risky behavior. The thrill of exploring the unknown begins to outweigh careful thinking. The excitement itself becomes addictive. Odysseus displays exactly this tendency. Throughout his journey, he repeatedly pushes beyond what is strictly necessary. His intelligence saves him many times, but it also encourages him to believe he can outsmart every danger. This creates a dangerous illusion. Once people survive enough risks, they begin assuming they can survive all risks. Confidence quietly transforms into overconfidence, and curiosity loses its boundaries. You can see this pattern everywhere in modern life. Someone experiments with harmful habits, believing they can stop whenever they want. Someone becomes fascinated with online arguments until they are consumed by anger every day. Someone enters toxic relationships convinced they can fix the other person. At the beginning, none of these choices feel catastrophic. They simply feel interesting. That is why they are so dangerous. Destruction rarely announces itself at the entrance. It waits until curiosity has already locked the door behind you. Perhaps the most painful truth is that humans often regret actions driven by unnecessary curiosity more than actions driven by genuine need. When suffering comes from circumstances beyond our control, we eventually find acceptance. But when suffering begins with a choice we never had to make, the mind replays that moment endlessly. We keep asking ourselves what would have happened if we had simply walked away? That question can haunt a person for years. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that intelligence alone does not guarantee wisdom. Odysseus was brilliant, yet brilliance could not protect him from his own impulses. Knowledge without restraint becomes dangerous. Curiosity without judgment becomes reckless. The strongest mind is not the one that explores every possibility. It is the one that knows when enough information is enough. In the end, the Cyclops was never just a monster hiding inside a cave. He represents every unnecessary danger we willingly approach because the unknown feels impossible to ignore. And perhaps the most valuable lesson hidden inside this story is that not every mystery deserves to be solved. Some doors remain closed for a reason, and the greatest act of wisdom is sometimes having the strength to sail past them without ever looking back. The hidden cost of needing recognition. Why Odysseus revealed his name. There is a moment in almost every person's life when silence would protect everything, but the desire to be recognized feels impossible to resist. You know you should simply walk away. You have already succeeded. You have already won. Yet something inside keeps saying that it is not enough unless people know it was you. That quiet craving has ruined careers, friendships, relationships, and even entire lives. It feels harmless because it does not begin as arrogance. It begins as the simple desire to be seen. But when the need for recognition becomes stronger than the need for peace, it quietly turns into one of the most destructive psychological forces a human being can experience. That is exactly what happened to Odysseus after escaping the Cyclops, and the consequences reached far beyond a single moment of pride. By the time Odysseus and his men escaped the cave, the impossible had already happened. They had survived a monster that should have killed them. Their clever plan had worked perfectly. The danger was behind them. Every logical decision pointed toward one action: keep sailing, protect the victory, never look back. But as the ship moved farther away, something inside Odysseus refused to stay quiet. He shouted toward the island, revealing that he was the man responsible for defeating the Cyclops. He even revealed his real name. In that instant, the escape was no longer enough. He needed the monster to know exactly who had beaten him. From the outside, the decision seems almost unbelievable. Why would someone risk everything after already winning? Yet, if we are honest, most people have experienced the same emotional pull. Someone finishes an argument but cannot resist sending one final message. Someone accomplishes something meaningful but becomes obsessed with making sure everyone notices. Someone helps another person, but the satisfaction disappears if nobody gives them credit. The action is no longer about the achievement itself. It becomes about being recognized for it. Psychology explains this through one of our deepest human needs. Every person wants significance. We want to believe our existence matters. Recognition becomes proof that we have value in the eyes of others. The problem is that the brain easily begins confusing recognition with worth. Instead of feeling valuable because of who we are, we begin feeling valuable only when someone else acknowledges us. That creates a dangerous cycle because external validation is never permanent. No matter how much praise we receive today, tomorrow the mind starts craving more. This process is closely connected to the brain's reward system. Every compliment, every public achievement, and every sign of admiration triggers the release of dopamine. That chemical creates pleasure and reinforces behavior. Gradually, the brain learns to chase attention the same way it chases other rewards. Recognition stops being something enjoyable and starts feeling necessary. The more attention we receive, the more uncomfortable silence becomes. We begin measuring our identity through the reactions of other people. Odysseus fell directly into that trap. His intelligence had saved everyone. His courage had defeated impossible enemies. But those victories were no longer satisfying unless someone acknowledged them. He wanted the Cyclops to know who had outsmarted him, because anonymous success suddenly felt incomplete. Ironically, that single moment of recognition created years of suffering. Once the Cyclops learned his name, he called upon Poseidon, who spent years making Odysseus's journey home nearly impossible. One sentence spoken for recognition became the cause of countless storms. The uncomfortable truth is that many of our biggest mistakes happen after success, not before it. Failure usually teaches caution. Success often creates overconfidence. Once people receive enough praise, they begin believing they deserve constant admiration. They stop protecting what they have because proving themselves becomes more exciting than preserving what they have already earned. This is why athletes ruin legendary careers with unnecessary risks. It is why successful businesses collapse after leaders become obsessed with protecting their reputation instead of making wise decisions. The desire to maintain an image quietly becomes more important than reality itself. Social media has magnified this psychological pattern in ways Odysseus could never have imagined. Today, millions of people experience a smaller version of the same temptation every single day. A meaningful experience feels incomplete until it is posted. An achievement feels less valuable if nobody reacts to it. Even acts of kindness sometimes become performances because public approval provides an emotional reward that private satisfaction cannot match. The technology is modern, but the psychology is ancient. Human beings have always struggled with the desire to be remembered. There is another psychological mechanism hidden beneath this behavior called self-enhancement. Most people naturally want others to see them in the best possible light. This tendency helps build confidence, but when it becomes excessive, it distorts judgment. Instead of asking what decision creates the best future, the mind starts asking what decision creates the best image. Those are very different questions. One protects your life. The other protects your ego. This explains why recognition can become addictive. Unlike genuine confidence, which comes from internal stability, recognition depends entirely on outside reactions. It never feels complete because it is always controlled by someone else. That is why people who constantly seek approval often feel strangely empty despite receiving it. Every compliment fades. Every victory becomes ordinary. Every audience eventually looks away. The mind immediately starts searching for the next opportunity to prove itself all over again. Odysseus teaches a lesson that is surprisingly difficult to accept. Sometimes the greatest victories are the ones nobody witnesses. Sometimes walking away in silence requires more strength than announcing your success to the world. The ability to keep your achievements private is often a sign that your identity no longer depends on the opinions of others. That kind of confidence cannot be taken away because it does not rely on applause in the first place. Perhaps that is why this moment in the Odyssey remains so unforgettable. It forces us to confront a question that reaches far beyond ancient mythology. If no one ever knew what you accomplished, would it still be enough for you? The answer to that question reveals whether you are chasing purpose or chasing recognition. One brings lasting peace. The other demands a lifetime of proving yourself. And like Odysseus, many people discover the true cost of that pursuit only after they have already spoken the words that can never be taken back. The Sirens and the Science of Temptation. Some of the most dangerous things in life do not look dangerous at all. They do not threaten you with violence. They do not force you into bad decisions. Instead, they invite you with something beautiful. A promise, a pleasure, a shortcut, a voice that tells you this one time will be different. That is why temptation is so powerful. It rarely feels like a trap while you are walking toward it. It feels like freedom. It feels like curiosity. It feels like exactly what you deserve after everything you have been through. That is what makes the story of the Sirens one of the most psychologically accurate moments in the Odyssey. It is not really about mythical creatures singing sailors to their deaths. It is about the terrifying fact that the human mind can become its own greatest deceiver. Unlike many of the monsters Odysseus faced, the Sirens never chased anyone. They did not attack passing ships. They simply sang. That was enough. Sailors willingly changed direction, believing they were moving toward something extraordinary. They became so captivated by the promise of the song that they ignored every warning, every memory, and every instinct for survival. By the time they understood the truth, it was already too late. They had chosen destruction with complete confidence. That sounds impossible until you realize how often people do the exact same thing today. Someone knows gambling has already damaged their life, yet they believe one more bet will solve everything. Someone finally escapes a toxic relationship only to return because loneliness suddenly feels louder than reason. Someone spends months building healthy habits, then convinces themselves that one small exception cannot possibly matter. Every temptation begins with the same quiet sentence. Just this once. Those 3 words have destroyed more dreams than failure ever has. What makes Odysseus different is not that he was stronger than everyone else. It is that he understood something most people refuse to admit. He knew that when temptation arrived, he could not trust his future self. Before reaching the island of the Sirens, he ordered his crew to tie him tightly to the mast of the ship. He even instructed them not to release him, no matter how desperately he begged. Think about how extraordinary that decision really is. He planned for the moment when his own mind would stop making rational decisions. He accepted that intelligence alone would not protect him once temptation took control. Modern psychology has a name for this kind of strategy. It is called pre-commitment. Instead of relying on willpower in the middle of temptation, people create barriers before temptation appears. Someone deletes distracting applications before studying. Someone leaves their credit cards at home before entering a casino. Someone removes unhealthy food from the house before beginning a healthier lifestyle. These choices seem restrictive at first, but they actually increase freedom because they prevent emotional decisions from controlling the future. The reason this works lies deep inside the brain. Temptation activates the reward system long before we actually receive the reward. Dopamine begins rising in anticipation, creating powerful feelings of excitement and desire. Surprisingly, dopamine is less about pleasure itself and more about motivation. It pushes us toward what we believe will make us feel good. The problem is that dopamine does not care whether the reward is actually beneficial. It only cares that the possibility exists. That is why people often chase things that repeatedly make them unhappy. The anticipation becomes stronger than the reality. The Sirens perfectly represent this psychological trap. Their victims never reached genuine happiness. They chased the promise of happiness until it destroyed them. That distinction matters because many modern temptations work exactly the same way. Endless scrolling promises entertainment but often leaves people mentally exhausted. Impulsive shopping promises satisfaction but frequently creates regret. Constantly seeking approval promises confidence but usually increases insecurity. The brain keeps chasing because it remembers the promise, not the disappointment that follows. There is another fascinating psychological principle hidden inside this story. It is called hot and cold empathy gap. When people are calm, they dramatically underestimate how differently they will think during moments of intense emotion. While sitting comfortably, it is easy to believe you would never make reckless decisions. But when desire, anger, fear, or excitement takes over, your judgment changes completely. You become a different version of yourself. Odysseus recognized this truth long before psychology gave it a name. He understood that the calm version of himself had to protect the emotional version that would soon lose control. Think about how often people fail because they assume future willpower will be stronger than present planning. Someone promises they will stop after one drink. Someone believes they will only spend a few minutes online. Someone insists they can handle one harmless conversation with a person they know will pull them backward. They trust emotions that have repeatedly betrayed them. Odysseus trusted preparation instead. Perhaps the most remarkable part of the story is that Odysseus still wanted to follow the Sirens. Even while tied to the mast, he begged his crew to release him. He screamed. He struggled. He demanded freedom. That detail changes everything, because it proves that discipline does not eliminate temptation. Even the strongest people still feel the pull. The difference is that they build systems strong enough to keep temporary emotions from becoming permanent consequences. This is why willpower alone often fails. Willpower is like a battery. It becomes weaker after stress, exhaustion, and repeated decision-making. Psychologists call this decision fatigue. As the mind grows tired, resisting temptation becomes increasingly difficult. Systems, routines, and healthy environments succeed where willpower eventually collapses. Odysseus survived because he relied on structure instead of confidence. The story also reveals an uncomfortable truth about human freedom. Many people believe freedom means doing whatever they want whenever they want. But genuine freedom often requires limits. A musician practices scales every day before creating beautiful music. An athlete follows strict routines before performing effortlessly. A successful person often creates boundaries that protect long-term goals from short-term desires. The restraints that seem limiting from the outside frequently become the reason extraordinary achievements are possible. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that temptation is rarely defeated through intelligence, confidence, or good intentions alone. It is defeated through humility, the humility to admit that your future emotions cannot always be trusted. The humility to prepare before weakness arrives, instead of pretending weakness will never come. That may be the greatest lesson hidden inside the Song of the Sirens. The people who survive temptation are not the ones who believe they are immune to it. They are the ones wise enough to tie themselves to the mast long before the music begins. Why emotional self-control is more powerful than physical strength. If you had to choose between incredible physical strength and complete control over your emotions, most people would instinctively choose strength. It feels obvious. Strength wins battles. Strength commands respect. Strength makes you appear unstoppable. But history tells a very different story. Some of the strongest people have destroyed their own lives because they could not control their anger, fear, pride, or desire. Meanwhile, ordinary people with remarkable emotional discipline have overcome impossible odds. The Odyssey quietly argues that the greatest power a person can possess is not the ability to overpower others. It is the ability to master themselves. That is the lesson hidden beneath nearly every challenge Odysseus faces. And it remains one of the most important psychological truths ever written. Throughout his journey, Odysseus encounters warriors stronger than him, monsters larger than him, and gods more powerful than him. If physical strength alone determined survival, his story would have ended almost immediately. Yet again and again, he survives because he refuses to let his emotions control his decisions. Every obstacle becomes a test, not of muscle, but of emotional restraint. The battles happening inside his mind are often far more dangerous than the enemies standing in front of him. Think about the moment he returns to Ithaca after 20 years away. He walks into his own home disguised as a beggar. The men occupying his palace insult him, mock him, and treat him with complete disrespect. Imagine the emotional pressure of standing there while strangers consume your food, laugh at your suffering, and compete for the love of your wife. Almost anyone would explode with anger. It would feel completely justified. Yet Odysseus remains calm. He absorbs the humiliation because he understands something most people forget. Acting on emotion may feel powerful in the moment, but patience often creates far greater power later. That idea directly challenges the way many people think about strength today. Society often celebrates people who react instantly. Someone insults you, insult them back. Someone disrespects you, prove them wrong immediately. Someone hurts your feelings, make sure they regret it. These reactions create the illusion of strength because they are loud and visible. But psychologically, they often reveal the opposite. They show that another person's actions can control your emotions. True strength begins when your inner state no longer depends on someone else's behavior. Modern neuroscience helps explain why this is so difficult. Deep inside the brain is a structure called the amygdala, which responds rapidly to perceived threats. Whether the threat is physical danger or emotional humiliation, the amygdala prepares the body to react immediately. Heart rate increases. Stress hormones flood the body. Attention narrows. This response helped our ancestors survive predators, but in modern life it often causes people to make decisions they later regret. Fortunately, another part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, is responsible for reasoning, planning, and self-control. Emotional maturity depends on allowing this part of the brain enough time to guide behavior instead of letting emotion make every decision. Odysseus demonstrates this beautifully. He does not pretend anger does not exist. He feels it intensely. The difference is that he refuses to obey it. He creates space between emotion and action. That small space is where wisdom lies. Most people believe emotional control means becoming emotionless, but psychology shows the opposite. Healthy emotional regulation means fully experiencing emotions without allowing them to dictate behavior. Think about how many lives change because someone fails to create that space. A person sends an angry message they cannot take back. A parent says something in frustration that a child remembers for decades. A business leader makes one emotional decision that destroys years of hard work. In almost every case, the damage is not caused by the emotion itself. It is caused by acting before the emotion has settled. There is another fascinating psychological principle called emotional regulation. Research consistently shows that people who can manage intense emotions tend to build stronger relationships, make better financial decisions, perform more effectively under pressure, and recover more quickly from setbacks. Emotional regulation does not eliminate pain. It changes the way pain influences behavior. Instead of becoming prisoners of their feelings, emotionally resilient people learn to use those feelings as information rather than commands. This explains why physical strength alone is never enough. A powerful body cannot protect someone from jealousy. It cannot stop impulsive decisions. It cannot prevent pride from destroying relationships or fear from preventing opportunities. Every external victory eventually depends on an internal one. Before people conquer difficult situations, they usually have to conquer themselves. One of the greatest misconceptions about emotional control is that it makes people passive or weak. In reality, the opposite is true. Losing control is often the easier choice because it requires no discipline. Anyone can shout in anger. Anyone can panic under pressure. Anyone can seek revenge after being hurt. Remaining calm while every emotion demands action requires extraordinary mental strength. It is a skill developed through repeated practice rather than natural talent. The Odyssey repeatedly reminds us that survival belongs to those who think before they react. Odysseus succeeds because he understands that emotions are temporary while consequences often last for years. A single moment of uncontrolled anger can undo decades of effort. A few seconds of patience can prevent years of regret. That simple truth separates people who build meaningful lives from those who spend their lives repairing unnecessary damage. Perhaps the most powerful lesson is that emotional self-control is contagious. Calm leaders create calmer teams. Patient parents raise emotionally secure children. Friends who respond thoughtfully instead of impulsively build relationships based on trust rather than fear. Every act of self-control quietly influences the people around us. Strength is no longer something we display through dominance. It becomes something we demonstrate through stability. The Odyssey ultimately suggests that the strongest person in the room is rarely the loudest, the most intimidating, or the most physically capable. The strongest person is the one who remains steady when everyone else is losing control, the one who chooses wisdom over impulse, patience over pride, and purpose over temporary emotion. That kind of strength cannot be measured by muscles or weapons because it exists entirely within the mind. And once it is developed, it becomes a power that no enemy, no obstacle, and no circumstance can easily take away. The psychology of identity surviving by becoming someone else. Who are you when everything that usually defines you disappears? Take away your job, your reputation, your achievements, your title, and even your name. Would you still know who you are, or would you feel completely lost? Most people spend their entire lives building an identity, believing it is something permanent. But the Odyssey presents a far more uncomfortable idea. Sometimes the only way to survive is to let go of the person you think you are. Sometimes holding too tightly to your identity becomes more dangerous than losing it. That is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside Odysseus's journey, and it explains why his greatest acts of survival often happened when he stopped trying to be Odysseus. Throughout the story, Odysseus repeatedly becomes someone else. He disguises himself as a beggar when he returns to Ithaca. He hides his identity from strangers who could betray him. Even during his escape from the Cyclops, he introduces himself as nobody instead of revealing his real name. At first, these moments seem like clever tricks meant to outsmart enemies. But beneath the strategy lies something much more profound. Odysseus survives because he is willing to detach himself from the identity that his ego desperately wants to protect. Think about how difficult that really is. Most people want the exact opposite. We want others to know our name. We want recognition for our accomplishments. We want to be respected for who we are. The thought of pretending to be someone insignificant feels almost unbearable, because our identity has become deeply connected to our self-worth. Yet Odysseus willingly sacrifices recognition whenever survival depends on it. He understands that protecting his future is more important than protecting his image. Modern psychology offers an interesting explanation for why this feels so uncomfortable. Human beings naturally develop what psychologists call a self-concept. This is the mental picture we carry about who we believe we are. It includes our personality, our abilities, our values, and the roles we play in life. The problem is that many people eventually confuse this mental picture with reality itself. Instead of seeing identity as something flexible, they treat it like a fragile object that must constantly be defended. Every criticism feels like an attack. Every failure feels like proof that they have lost themselves. They become trapped inside an identity they created. You can see this everywhere. Someone spends years identifying as the successful person in the family, then experiences one major setback and falls apart emotionally. Another person defines themselves entirely through a relationship, only to feel completely empty after it ends. Someone retires from a career they loved and suddenly has no idea who they are anymore. The external role disappears, and with it, their sense of identity. They never realized how much of themselves was built upon something temporary. Odysseus avoids this trap because he understands that identity can be a tool rather than a prison. When he disguises himself as a beggar, he is not becoming weak. He is becoming adaptable. His appearance changes, but his purpose remains the same. That distinction is incredibly important. People who survive difficult times are often those who can change their roles without losing their deeper values. They understand that identity should serve growth, not restrict it. Psychologists often describe this ability as psychological flexibility. It is the capacity to adapt your thoughts, behaviors, and self-perception when circumstances change. Research has shown that people with greater psychological flexibility tend to handle stress more effectively, recover from setbacks more quickly, and experience better overall mental health. Instead of clinging to one rigid version of themselves, they adjust without feeling as though they have lost their identity. They bend without breaking. This is why major life changes feel so painful for many people. Losing a job, moving to a new city, ending a relationship, or becoming a parent does not simply change daily routines. It challenges identity itself. The mind keeps asking the same question. If I am no longer the person I used to be, then who am I now? Many people resist change because they fear losing themselves, when in reality they are only losing an outdated version of themselves. Odysseus teaches the opposite lesson. Every disguise he wears becomes evidence that survival sometimes requires transformation. He never allows pride to prevent adaptation. While others would rather die protecting their identity, he quietly changes his role whenever the situation demands it. Ironically, that willingness to become someone else is exactly what allows him to remain true to his ultimate purpose. There is another psychological principle that makes this lesson even more powerful. It is called identity fusion. This happens when people become so emotionally attached to a particular identity that they cannot separate themselves from it. Every challenge becomes deeply personal because the identity itself feels under attack. This often leads to irrational decisions. People stay in careers they hate because leaving would threaten who they believe they are. They defend beliefs they no longer agree with because changing their mind feels like betraying themselves. They refuse to ask for help because they identify as someone who should always be strong. Odysseus avoids these traps by treating identity as something practical rather than sacred. His confidence does not depend on appearing important. It depends on accomplishing what truly matters. That is why he can wear the clothes of a beggar without feeling like one. He knows appearances are temporary, but purpose is lasting. Perhaps the most surprising truth is that becoming someone else does not always mean pretending. Sometimes it means allowing yourself to grow beyond the version of yourself that no longer serves you. The quiet person learns to speak with confidence. The fearful person becomes courageous through repeated action. The impatient person develops discipline over time. None of these people are being fake. They are simply refusing to let an old identity dictate their future. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that identity is not something we discover once and protect forever. It is something we continually reshape as life demands new versions of us. The strongest people are not those who stubbornly cling to who they have always been. They are the ones who can change their appearance, their role, and even the way the world sees them without losing sight of what truly matters. In the end, Odysseus did not survive because he always remained the same man. He survived because he knew exactly when becoming someone else was the only way to remain true to himself. How trauma quietly changed Odysseus before he returned home. People often imagine that the hardest part of surviving trauma is staying alive, but those who have lived through deep pain know the truth is much more complicated. Sometimes survival is the easy part. The real challenge begins afterward, when the world expects you to return to the person you used to be. Everyone assumes that once the danger is over, life simply continues. But trauma does not disappear when the battle ends. It quietly follows you home. It changes the way you think, the way you trust, the way you react, and even the way you see yourself. That is one of the most heartbreaking psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. By the time Odysseus finally reaches Ithaca, he is no longer the same man who sailed away 20 years earlier. When people first hear the story, they usually focus on the adventures. The Cyclops, the Sirens, the sea monsters, the gods. These dramatic moments capture attention, but they hide something much deeper. Every one of those experiences leaves a psychological mark. Odysseus does not simply survive terrifying events. He carries them with him. Every loss, every betrayal, every near-death experience slowly reshapes the person he becomes. His journey is not only across the sea. It is through the invisible landscape of trauma. Imagine living for years without knowing whether you will survive another day. Imagine watching close friends die one by one while knowing there is nothing you can do to save them. Imagine constantly sleeping with one eye open because danger could appear at any moment. The human brain was never designed to remain under that level of stress for years without consequences. Long after the immediate threat disappears, the nervous system often continues behaving as though the danger is still present. Modern neuroscience explains why this happens. During prolonged periods of fear, the brain becomes highly sensitive to potential threats. Areas responsible for detecting danger become more active, while systems responsible for relaxation struggle to return to normal. This adaptation helps people survive difficult environments, but it also creates problems once safety finally returns. The mind continues scanning for danger even when none exists. What once protected you slowly becomes something that keeps you trapped. You can see signs of this transformation in Odysseus after he returns home. Instead of immediately revealing himself to everyone, he moves carefully. He observes people before trusting them. He studies every situation before acting. On the surface, this looks like intelligence. And it is. But psychologically, it also reflects someone whose experiences have taught him that appearances can never be trusted. After years of deception, violence, and uncertainty, caution has become automatic. Many people who experience trauma describe something similar. They do not necessarily feel afraid all the time. Instead, they become constantly alert. They notice small changes in people's behavior. They overthink conversations. They prepare for worst-case scenarios even during peaceful moments. To outsiders, this can look like paranoia or pessimism. But for someone who has survived repeated danger, the brain has simply learned that expecting trouble feels safer than being surprised by it. Another hidden effect of trauma is emotional distance. Throughout his journey, Odysseus loses companions, friends, and people he deeply cares about. Loss after loss teaches a painful lesson. Anyone can disappear without warning. Over time, the heart naturally begins protecting itself. This is not because someone stops caring. It is because caring becomes frightening. When enough pain accumulates, emotional attachment starts feeling dangerous. Psychologists sometimes describe this as emotional numbing. It is not the absence of emotion. It is the brain reducing emotional intensity in order to protect itself from becoming overwhelmed. The problem is that this defense mechanism does not selectively block painful emotions. It often reduces joy, excitement, and connection as well. Survival becomes possible, but genuine peace becomes much harder to experience. Think about how this appears in everyday life. Someone who has been betrayed struggles to trust even kind people. Someone who has experienced repeated failure hesitates before embracing new opportunities. Someone who has lived through chaos feels strangely uncomfortable when life finally becomes calm. Their reactions are not irrational. Their nervous system has simply learned a different definition of safety. One of the most misunderstood aspects of trauma is that healing does not mean forgetting. Many people believe recovery means returning to the person you once were. In reality, that version of you may no longer exist. Healing is often about building a new identity that includes the painful experiences without allowing them to control every future decision. Odysseus never becomes the carefree warrior who first left Ithaca. His experiences permanently shape him. The goal is not to erase those experiences. It is to prevent them from defining his entire future. There is another fascinating psychological concept called post-traumatic growth. While trauma can leave deep emotional scars, some people also develop greater resilience, deeper appreciation for life, stronger relationships, and a clearer sense of purpose after surviving immense hardship. This does not mean trauma is beneficial or desirable. It means that human beings possess an extraordinary ability to create meaning from suffering. The pain changes them, but it does not have to destroy them. Odysseus reflects this possibility. He returns wiser than when he left, more patient, more thoughtful, less impulsive. His suffering costs him dearly, but it also teaches him lessons that comfort never could. The same experiences that make him cautious also make him capable of seeing the world with greater depth. His scars become part of his wisdom. Perhaps the most painful lesson hidden inside the Odyssey is that no one comes home exactly as they left. Time changes people. Loss changes people. Survival changes people. The expectation that someone should simply return to their former self ignores the invisible battles they have fought along the way. Every difficult experience leaves fingerprints on the mind, even when the body appears untouched. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that the deepest wounds are often the ones no one else can see. Odysseus returns with no visible chains, yet he carries years of fear, grief, and hard-earned caution within him. And perhaps that is what makes his journey so timeless. It is not only the story of a man finding his way home. It is the story of a man learning how to live with the person that survival forced him to become. The mental discipline of enduring uncertainty without giving up. Very few people are defeated by pain alone. Most people are defeated by not knowing when the pain will end. Human beings can endure incredible hardship when they believe relief is close. But take away certainty, remove the finish line, and suddenly even strong people begin to break. It is not always suffering that destroys hope. It is the feeling that the suffering might continue forever. That is why one of the most powerful lessons hidden inside the Odyssey is not about courage in battle or intelligence in danger. It is about something far quieter and far more difficult. It is about waking up every day without knowing whether your efforts will ever be rewarded and choosing to continue anyway. Imagine spending 20 years trying to get home. Not 20 days, not 20 months, 20 years. Every time Odysseus believed the journey was almost over, another storm appeared. Another island delayed him. Another loss forced him to begin again. At any point, he could have convinced himself that returning home was impossible. No one would have blamed him. After enough disappointment, giving up would have seemed completely reasonable. Yet somehow he kept moving. That is the part of his story people often overlook. His greatest victory was not surviving monsters. It was surviving uncertainty. This is something almost everyone experiences, even if the circumstances look different. Someone sends out dozens of job applications without hearing back. Someone spends years building a business that refuses to grow. Someone fights through illness with no clear timeline for recovery. Someone gives everything to a relationship without knowing whether it can be saved. The hardest part is rarely the work itself. The hardest part is not knowing whether the work will ever matter. The human mind desperately wants certainty, and when certainty disappears, motivation often disappears with it. Psychology explains this through the brain's natural need for prediction. Our minds are constantly trying to anticipate what will happen next, because predictable environments feel safe. Uncertainty interrupts that process. The brain begins imagining countless possible futures, many of them negative. Instead of focusing on the present task, attention shifts toward worrying about outcomes that have not happened. This is why uncertainty often feels more exhausting than the actual challenge itself. The body may be resting, but the mind never stops searching for answers. Researchers have found that uncertainty activates many of the same stress responses as physical danger. In simple terms, the brain often treats not knowing as a threat. Heart rate increases. Stress hormones remain elevated. Sleep becomes more difficult. Concentration begins to fade. Ironically, people are sometimes more distressed waiting for medical test results than receiving the diagnosis itself, because uncertainty allows the imagination to create endless possibilities. The unknown becomes larger than reality. Odysseus faced this psychological battle every single day. He never knew whether the next island would bring safety or disaster. He could not predict whether the gods would help him or abandon him. He had no calendar counting down until he reached Ithaca. Every morning he had to continue without evidence that success was getting closer. That kind of endurance requires something deeper than optimism. It requires discipline. Many people misunderstand resilience. They imagine resilient people wake up every day full of confidence and determination. In reality, resilience often looks much quieter. It is continuing despite doubt. It is taking one more step even when motivation has disappeared. It is refusing to let temporary uncertainty become a permanent conclusion about your future. Odysseus did not always know he would succeed. He simply refused to let uncertainty decide for him. There is an important psychological concept called tolerance for uncertainty. People with a high tolerance for uncertainty do not necessarily enjoy the unknown, but they are less likely to become emotionally overwhelmed by it. Instead of demanding immediate answers, they learn to function without complete information. This ability is strongly connected to emotional resilience because life rarely provides guarantees. The people who thrive are often those who stop waiting for certainty before taking action. Think about how often uncertainty quietly changes behavior. Someone avoids applying for their dream job because rejection feels possible. Someone delays starting a business until every risk disappears, which of course never happens. Someone stays in an unhappy situation simply because the unknown feels scarier than familiar discomfort. The desire for certainty becomes so strong that it traps people exactly where they no longer want to be. They mistake safety for stability, even when both are slowly draining their lives. Odysseus teaches the opposite lesson. He moves forward without complete answers because he understands that certainty is a luxury life rarely offers. Every mile he sails is an act of faith, not in the sense of blind belief, but in the willingness to keep acting despite incomplete information. That is one of the greatest forms of psychological strength a person can develop. Another fascinating insight comes from the way the brain responds to meaning. Research suggests that people can endure extraordinary hardship when they believe their suffering serves a purpose. Without meaning, even small difficulties become overwhelming. With meaning, people often tolerate challenges that once seemed impossible. For Odysseus, the purpose was always clear. He was not simply traveling across the sea. He was returning to his family, reclaiming his home, and honoring the life that had been waiting for him. That purpose became stronger than the uncertainty surrounding it. This is why people who lose sight of their purpose often lose motivation long before they lose ability. The external challenge may remain exactly the same, but the internal reason for enduring it begins to disappear. Once meaning fades, every obstacle feels heavier. Every setback feels final. Every delay feels like proof that quitting is the smarter choice. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that uncertainty is not a sign you are on the wrong path. Sometimes it is evidence that you are pursuing something valuable enough that no clear map exists. The greatest goals rarely come with guaranteed timelines or predictable outcomes. They demand patience before they offer proof. They ask for persistence long before they provide rewards. In the end, Odysseus reached Ithaca not because he always knew he would arrive, but because he refused to let uncertainty become an excuse to stop moving. That may be the most important lesson hidden inside his journey. You do not need complete certainty to continue. You only need the courage to take the next step before the entire path becomes visible. The people who eventually find their way home are often the ones who learned that hope is not built by knowing what happens tomorrow. It is built by refusing to surrender today. Why intelligence outperforms brute force in human survival. If survival belonged only to the strongest, human beings would never have become the dominant species on Earth. We are slower than many animals, weaker than countless predators, and physically fragile compared to creatures that once ruled the natural world. Yet somehow, we survived while many of those giants disappeared. The reason is surprisingly simple. Strength wins individual battles, but intelligence wins entire civilizations. The Odyssey understands this truth better than almost any story ever written. Again and again, Odysseus defeats enemies who are stronger, larger, and more terrifying than he could ever hope to be. His greatest weapon is never his sword. It is his mind. This completely changes the way we think about power. Most people instinctively admire physical dominance. It is obvious. You can see muscles. You can see weapons. You can see someone overpower another person. Intelligence, on the other hand, often looks invisible. It works quietly. It studies. It waits. It adapts. That is why people frequently underestimate it until the outcome has already been decided. The perfect example appears in the encounter with the Cyclops. Odysseus is trapped inside a cave with a giant capable of crushing men with his bare hands. There is no realistic fight to win. No amount of courage can overcome that difference in strength. If Odysseus had relied on force, everyone would have died. Instead, he observes. He notices the massive stone blocking the entrance. He realizes the Cyclops himself is the only one capable of moving it. Suddenly, the problem changes. Instead of asking how to defeat the monster physically, he asks how to make the monster unknowingly free them himself. He blinds the Cyclops, hides beneath the sheep, and escapes without ever matching strength against strength. It is one of the greatest demonstrations of strategic thinking in literature. This pattern repeats throughout history. Smaller armies have defeated larger ones through better planning. Ordinary people have transformed the world through ideas rather than physical dominance. Every major scientific discovery, every technological breakthrough, and every medical advancement exists because intelligence found solutions where force could not. Muscles can move heavy objects. The mind can change reality itself. Psychology explains why intelligence often becomes the superior survival strategy. Human beings possess what scientists call cognitive flexibility. This is the ability to adapt thinking when circumstances suddenly change. Instead of repeating the same behavior, the brain generates new possibilities. When one solution fails, another can be created. This capacity for adaptation is one of the defining characteristics of human survival. Nature constantly changes, and the species most likely to endure is rarely the strongest. It is the one most capable of adjusting. Odysseus embodies this principle perfectly. Every island demands a completely different approach. Some situations require patience. Others require deception. Others demand negotiation. Others require complete silence. He never assumes one strategy will solve every problem. His willingness to adapt becomes more valuable than any physical advantage could have been. Think about how often people struggle because they rely on only one strength. Someone succeeds through talent, but refuses to learn new skills when the world changes. Someone depends entirely on hard work while ignoring smarter methods. Someone continues solving every problem the same way because that approach worked once before. Eventually, reality changes, but they do not. Intelligence is not simply about having knowledge. It is about knowing when old methods no longer fit new situations. There is another fascinating psychological concept called fluid intelligence. Unlike memorized knowledge, fluid intelligence refers to the ability to solve unfamiliar problems, recognize patterns, and think creatively under pressure. This ability becomes especially valuable during uncertainty because there are no instructions to follow. People must create solutions in real time. Odysseus repeatedly demonstrates this skill. His victories rarely come from preparation alone. They come from remaining mentally flexible when plans fall apart. Modern neuroscience reveals another reason intelligence outperforms brute force. The human brain is constantly predicting possible outcomes before actions are taken. This process allows us to mentally rehearse situations without experiencing their consequences. Instead of learning only through painful trial and error, we imagine possibilities, evaluate risks, and choose the most effective path. In many cases, a single thoughtful decision prevents dozens of unnecessary struggles. Intelligence reduces the number of battles we need to fight in the first place. Consider everyday life. Two people face the same financial challenge. One works longer hours without changing habits. The other learns new skills, develops a better strategy, and creates additional opportunities. Both are working hard, but only one is combining effort with adaptation. Or think about conflict. One person responds to every disagreement with anger and force. Another listens carefully, understands motivations, and resolves the issue before it escalates. The second person often appears less powerful in the moment, yet achieves far better results over time. This is because brute force usually focuses on controlling the present, while intelligence focuses on shaping the future. Force asks how to overpower an obstacle. Intelligence asks whether the obstacle can be avoided entirely. Force consumes energy. Intelligence conserves it. Over the course of a lifetime, that difference becomes enormous. There is also a hidden danger in relying too heavily on strength. Physical power creates the illusion that every problem can be solved through dominance. But life eventually presents challenges that cannot be pushed, threatened, or conquered through sheer effort. Grief cannot be defeated by muscles. Betrayal cannot be lifted like a heavy weight. Fear cannot be intimidated into disappearing. At those moments, emotional awareness, creativity, and thoughtful judgment become infinitely more valuable than physical ability. This is why Odysseus remains such a compelling figure. He is certainly brave, but bravery alone would never have brought him home. What separates him from countless fallen heroes is his refusal to confuse strength with wisdom. He understands that survival belongs to those who think beyond the obvious. Every challenge becomes a puzzle before it becomes a fight. Every obstacle becomes an opportunity to outthink rather than overpower. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that the human mind is our greatest evolutionary advantage. It allows us to imagine futures that do not yet exist, adapt when circumstances change, and create solutions that strength alone could never achieve. Muscles weaken with age. Weapons eventually become obsolete. But a disciplined, adaptable, and creative mind continues finding new paths long after physical power begins to fade. In the end, Odysseus did not return home because he was the strongest man alive. He returned because he understood that the greatest victories are almost always won long before the battle begins, inside the mind of the person wise enough to think differently. The psychological trap of pride that destroys great people. Very few people are destroyed by failure. Far more are destroyed by success. Failure makes people cautious. It forces them to reflect, adapt, and improve. Success, on the other hand, can quietly convince someone that they have become untouchable. It whispers that the rules no longer apply to them, that they are different, smarter, better, more deserving than everyone else. At first, this feeling seems harmless. It feels like confidence. But somewhere along the way, confidence transforms into pride, and pride becomes one of the most dangerous psychological traps a person can enter. The Odyssey captures this transformation with unsettling accuracy. It shows that the greatest threat to an extraordinary person is often not an enemy standing in front of them. It is the version of themselves that success slowly creates. Odysseus is one of the most intelligent and capable heroes in ancient literature. He repeatedly survives situations that should have ended his life. He escapes impossible dangers, outsmarts powerful enemies, and earns the admiration of those around him. Every victory reinforces the belief that he can overcome anything. That belief is not entirely false. His abilities are real. But the moment someone begins believing their abilities make them invincible, they stop seeing the limits that still exist. The clearest example comes after escaping the Cyclops. Odysseus has already won. He has protected the remaining members of his crew. The ship is moving away from danger. Nothing more needs to be said. Yet instead of leaving in silence, he turns back and reveals his true identity. He wants the Cyclops to know exactly who defeated him. In that moment, survival is no longer enough. His pride demands recognition. That single decision allows the Cyclops to call upon Poseidon, transforming one unnecessary act into years of suffering. The tragedy is not that Odysseus lacked intelligence. The tragedy is that his pride temporarily became stronger than his wisdom. This pattern appears everywhere in human life. A successful entrepreneur stops listening to advice because they believe previous victories prove they cannot be wrong. A gifted athlete ignores training because talent has always carried them before. A respected leader begins surrounding themselves only with people who agree with them. None of these people collapse because they suddenly lose ability. They collapse because pride slowly convinces them that growth is no longer necessary. Psychologists describe part of this process through something called overconfidence bias. After repeated success, people naturally begin overestimating the accuracy of their own judgment. They underestimate risks while overestimating their ability to handle them. The brain starts using past victories as evidence that future victories are almost guaranteed. Unfortunately, reality does not reward confidence alone. Every new challenge is different, and success in one situation does not eliminate vulnerability in another. There is another reason pride becomes so difficult to recognize. It rarely announces itself openly. Almost nobody wakes up believing they have become arrogant. Pride disguises itself as certainty. It tells people they are simply trusting their experience. It convinces them that questioning themselves would be unnecessary. This is what makes pride so dangerous. It hides behind qualities that normally lead to success. Confidence becomes stubbornness. Determination becomes stubborn pride. Self-respect quietly becomes superiority. Modern neuroscience offers another fascinating insight. The brain naturally seeks consistency between our beliefs and our actions. Once people begin seeing themselves as exceptionally capable, they unconsciously reject information that threatens that image. This is known as confirmation bias. They notice evidence that supports their confidence while ignoring evidence that challenges it. Over time, they stop learning because every new experience is filtered through the assumption that they are already right. Think about how often this happens in everyday life. Someone refuses to apologize because admitting fault would damage their self-image. Someone keeps making poor financial decisions because changing course would require admitting previous mistakes. Someone remains trapped in unhealthy habits because accepting advice feels like surrender. Pride does not merely distort how people see others. It distorts how they see themselves. One of the most surprising truths about pride is that it often grows from insecurity rather than genuine confidence. Truly secure people do not constantly need to prove themselves. They are comfortable admitting ignorance, asking questions, and changing their minds because their identity is not threatened by learning. Pride, on the other hand, desperately protects an image. It demands perfection because it secretly fears exposure. That is why people trapped by pride often react defensively even to small criticism. The criticism is not attacking their ideas. It feels like an attack on who they believe they are. Odysseus repeatedly demonstrates that greatness and vulnerability can exist inside the same person. His brilliance never disappears, yet neither does his capacity for pride. This makes his story profoundly human. The lesson is not that intelligent people are immune to psychological traps. In many cases, intelligence provides better arguments for defending those traps. A clever mind can justify almost any mistake if the ego is determined enough. Perhaps this is why humility has always been considered a strength rather than a weakness. Humility does not mean thinking less of yourself. It means seeing yourself accurately. It means recognizing your abilities without forgetting your limitations. It creates room for growth because it accepts that no matter how much you know, reality can still teach you something new. Humble people continue improving long after proud people believe they have already arrived. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that every great achievement carries a hidden risk. Success changes the way other people see us, but more importantly, it changes the way we see ourselves. If we are not careful, yesterday's victories become today's blind spots. The qualities that built our success slowly transform into the very qualities that threaten it. Pride does not usually destroy people all at once. It erodes judgment one decision at a time until the consequences become impossible to ignore. In the end, Odysseus was never defeated by a lack of courage or intelligence. His greatest setbacks came whenever pride convinced him that proving himself mattered more than protecting what he had already earned. That lesson has never stopped being relevant because every generation faces the same invisible battle. The higher people rise, the more carefully they must guard against the quiet voice that says they can no longer fall. That voice has ended more remarkable lives than any enemy ever could. The importance of strategic patience in high-stakes situations. When people imagine success, they usually picture bold action. They think about charging forward, making fast decisions, and taking risks before anyone else does. Waiting feels passive. It feels like hesitation. It even feels like weakness. But some of the greatest victories in history happened because someone had the discipline to do absolutely nothing until the perfect moment arrived. That is one of the most overlooked lessons inside the Odyssey. Odysseus does not survive because he is always moving. He survives because he knows exactly when not to move. His patience is never accidental. It is strategic, and that difference changes everything. There is a common belief that opportunities belong to the fastest person. Sometimes that is true, but in situations where one mistake can destroy everything, speed often becomes the enemy. Imagine a chess grandmaster rushing every move. Imagine a surgeon operating without careful preparation. Imagine a pilot reacting impulsively during an emergency. In each case, the pressure to act quickly actually increases the value of patience. The higher the stakes become, the more important clear thinking becomes. Odysseus understood this long before modern psychology could explain why. The most powerful example comes when he finally returns to Ithaca after 20 exhausting years. This is the moment he has dreamed about every single day. His home is right in front of him. His wife is only a few steps away. The men who have stolen his palace are sitting inside, completely unaware that the rightful king has returned. Every emotion must have been telling him to reveal himself immediately. Most people would have done exactly that. They would have allowed excitement, anger, and relief to make the decision for them. Instead, Odysseus disguises himself as a beggar. Think about how much self-control that required. He willingly accepts humiliation inside his own home. He listens while strangers insult him. He watches them waste his food, disrespect his family, and mock his appearance. He says almost nothing, not because he is weak, but because he is gathering information. He wants to know who can be trusted. He wants to understand the situation completely before making his move. Every hour of waiting increases his chances of success. His silence becomes a weapon more powerful than any sword. Modern psychology describes this kind of thinking through a concept called delayed decision-making. People often assume that making decisions quickly is a sign of confidence. In reality, the best decision-makers know that not every problem demands an immediate response. When emotions are running high, the brain becomes more likely to focus on short-term relief rather than long-term consequences. By creating space before acting, people allow the rational parts of the brain to evaluate options more carefully. Patience does not slow success. It often protects it. This is connected to the way the brain handles stress. During emotionally intense moments, the body releases stress hormones that prepare us for immediate action. This response is useful during physical danger, but it can become harmful during complex situations that require careful planning. The mind naturally wants to reduce discomfort as quickly as possible. That is why people often send emotional messages they later regret, make impulsive financial decisions, or abandon important goals because temporary frustration becomes unbearable. The desire to act immediately feels powerful, but it is not always wise. Odysseus refuses to become a prisoner of that impulse. He understands that timing is just as important as action itself. A brilliant plan executed too early can fail just as easily as a poor plan. Success depends not only on knowing what to do, but also on knowing when to do it. This ability separates strategic thinkers from impulsive ones. You can see the same principle in everyday life. Someone receives harsh criticism at work and immediately wants to defend themselves. Instead of reacting, they wait until emotions settle and respond thoughtfully the next day. Someone notices a promising investment but spends time researching instead of rushing because everyone else seems excited. Someone experiences conflict in a relationship and chooses to listen before speaking. In each case, patience creates information that would have been invisible during an emotional reaction. Psychologists often refer to this ability as response inhibition. It is the capacity to interrupt an automatic impulse and replace it with a more thoughtful decision. Research consistently shows that people with stronger response inhibition tend to perform better under pressure because they are less controlled by immediate emotions. They create a small pause between feeling and acting. That pause often determines whether a decision becomes a success or a lifelong regret. Another important psychological principle is called temporal discounting. Human beings naturally place greater value on immediate rewards than future rewards, even when the future reward is much larger. This is why people struggle to save money, maintain healthy habits, or complete long-term projects. The present always feels louder than the future. Strategic patience requires resisting that natural bias. It asks people to tolerate temporary discomfort because they understand that the future outcome matters more than present satisfaction. Odysseus demonstrates this perfectly. Every moment he remains disguised delays the emotional reward of revealing himself. Yet every moment also strengthens his position. He willingly sacrifices immediate satisfaction in exchange for lasting success. That is a pattern shared by many remarkable achievements. Great businesses are built over years, not days. Strong relationships develop through consistency, not instant chemistry. Meaningful personal growth happens through countless small decisions that rarely produce immediate results. Perhaps the hardest part of strategic patience is that it often looks invisible from the outside. People watching may mistake it for weakness, fear, or indecision. They do not see the thinking happening beneath the surface. They only see someone who is waiting. But beneath that silence, possibilities are being evaluated, risks are being measured, and opportunities are quietly taking shape. Sometimes the most intelligent action is the one that nobody notices. The Odyssey reminds us that life is not won by reacting to every challenge the moment it appears. It is won by understanding that every situation has its own rhythm, and wisdom comes from recognizing the right moment to move. Odysseus reclaimed his home, not because he acted first, but because he acted at exactly the right time. His patience was never the absence of courage. It was courage disciplined by intelligence. In the end, the greatest advantage in high-stakes situations is rarely speed or strength. It is the ability to remain calm while everyone else is rushing, to keep thinking while others are reacting, and to trust that waiting for the right moment is sometimes the most powerful move a person can make. Those who master that discipline often appear quiet in the present, but they are the ones who shape the future. What the Lotus-Eaters reveal about escapism and comfort addiction: not every danger in life comes with sharp teeth or violent storms. Some dangers feel warm. They feel peaceful. They promise relief instead of pain. They offer a place where nothing is expected from you, where responsibility disappears, and where tomorrow no longer matters. At first, that sounds like paradise. After all, who would not want an escape from stress, uncertainty, and constant struggle? But that is exactly why the Lotus-Eaters represent one of the most terrifying psychological lessons in the Odyssey. They do not conquer people through force. They conquer them by making them so comfortable that they no longer want to continue living the life they were meant to live. When Odysseus and his crew arrive on the island of the Lotus-Eaters, something unusual happens. There are no battles, no monsters, no terrifying threats waiting to destroy them. Instead, some of his men eat the lotus plant, and almost instantly they lose all desire to return home. Their mission disappears from their minds. Their families no longer seem important. The hardships they endured suddenly feel too distant to matter. All they want is to remain exactly where they are, surrounded by effortless comfort. Odysseus is forced to drag them back onto the ship because they no longer possess the motivation to save themselves. At first, this story seems strange. How could someone simply forget everything they once cared about? But the more closely you look at modern life, the more familiar it becomes. Today, countless people are not trapped by chains. They are trapped by comfort. Endless entertainment, constant distractions, instant pleasure, and effortless escapes slowly replace ambition, purpose, and meaningful effort. The danger is not that these comforts exist. The danger is that they quietly become substitutes for real living. Think about how often this happens. Someone plans to work toward an important goal, but spends hours scrolling through videos instead. Someone dreams of starting a business, but keeps postponing it because staying comfortable feels easier. Someone wants deeper relationships, but chooses temporary distractions every evening instead of difficult conversations. None of these decisions seem life-changing by themselves. Yet over months and years, they quietly shape an entirely different future. The trap is almost invisible because nothing dramatic happens. Life simply drifts away. Psychology explains this through the brain's reward system. Every pleasurable activity releases dopamine, creating a sense of satisfaction that encourages us to repeat the behavior. Originally, this system evolved to motivate survival by rewarding activities like eating, learning, and building relationships. But modern life provides endless artificial rewards that trigger the same system without requiring meaningful effort. The brain begins preferring quick pleasure over long-term fulfillment because immediate rewards always feel stronger than distant ones. This is why comfort can become addictive. It is not necessarily the activity itself that creates the dependency. It is the emotional relief it provides. Every time someone feels stressed, lonely, anxious, or uncertain, the brain remembers the fastest source of comfort. Over time, instead of solving problems, people learn to escape them. The discomfort disappears temporarily, but the underlying issue remains exactly where it was. Eventually, the escape becomes a habit, and the habit becomes a lifestyle. The Lotus-Eaters perfectly symbolize this psychological process. Their gift is not happiness, it is forgetfulness. They remove the pain of responsibility by removing the desire for purpose. At first, that sounds comforting. But purpose is what gives suffering meaning. Without it, people may experience pleasure, yet still feel strangely empty. They become comfortable without feeling truly alive. Researchers studying motivation have discovered an important distinction between pleasure and fulfillment. Pleasure satisfies immediate desires, while fulfillment comes from pursuing meaningful goals that often require effort and sacrifice. The problem is that the brain naturally seeks pleasure because it arrives faster. Fulfillment develops slowly. It asks for patience, discipline, and delayed gratification. This creates a constant psychological battle. Every day we choose between what feels good now and what creates a better life later. Odysseus understands something his crew temporarily forgets. Comfort is valuable only when it supports your purpose, not when it replaces it. That is why he refuses to leave his men behind, even when they no longer want to leave. He recognizes that they are not making a free choice. Their judgment has been altered by an illusion that disguises surrender as contentment. Look at how this appears in everyday life. Someone spends years staying in a job they dislike because it feels familiar. Another remains in an unhealthy relationship because loneliness seems scarier than unhappiness. Someone stops chasing their dreams because routine becomes easier than uncertainty. These choices often look sensible from the outside, but deep inside they are driven by the same force that trapped the Lotus-Eaters. Comfort quietly becomes more important than growth. There is another fascinating psychological concept called learned helplessness. When people repeatedly avoid challenges or convince themselves that change is too difficult, they gradually lose confidence in their ability to shape their own future. They stop trying, not because success is impossible, but because comfort has made effort feel unnecessary. Their world becomes smaller without them even realizing it. What once felt like safety slowly transforms into a prison. Perhaps the most dangerous part of comfort addiction is that it rarely feels harmful in the moment. Unlike obvious mistakes, it does not create immediate pain. It simply delays action until weeks become months and months become years. One day, people wake up wondering where their ambition disappeared. They did not lose it all at once. They traded tiny pieces of it for convenient distractions every single day. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that the greatest threats to our future are not always the ones that frighten us. Sometimes they are the ones that soothe us. The things that promise endless comfort often ask for something in return, and that price is usually our purpose. A life spent avoiding discomfort may feel peaceful for a while, but it slowly steals the experiences that make life meaningful in the first place. In the end, Odysseus did not save his crew by giving them more comfort. He saved them by pulling them away from it. That may be the most uncomfortable lesson hidden inside the story of the Lotus-Eaters. Sometimes the path back to the life you truly want begins by leaving behind the very place that feels the easiest to stay. The comfort that asks you to forget your dreams is never really comfort at all. It is simply the quietest form of surrender. How isolation reshapes the human mind. One of the most powerful forces that can change a person is not pain, failure, or even fear. It is isolation. Being alone does something unusual to the human mind. At first, solitude can feel peaceful. It gives you space to think, recover, and understand yourself. But when isolation continues for too long, something begins to shift. The mind starts changing the way it processes reality. Memories become heavier. Thoughts become louder. Small fears become larger. The absence of human connection slowly begins affecting the way a person sees the world, and even themselves. This is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus's journey is not only about surviving dangerous enemies. It is also about surviving the invisible damage caused by years of separation from everything familiar. When people remember Odysseus, they often focus on the external challenges. They remember the monsters he fought, the storms he survived, and the clever strategies that saved his life. But beneath every physical obstacle was another battle happening inside his mind. For 20 years, Odysseus lived without his home, his family, and the people who understood who he was. He was separated from the identity he had built over a lifetime. The world around him constantly changed, but the memory of Ithaca remained the one thing keeping him connected to himself. That kind of isolation creates a unique psychological struggle. Humans are not designed to exist completely disconnected from others. Our brains evolved through cooperation, communication, and shared experiences. Relationships are not simply emotional comforts. They help regulate our thoughts, emotions, and understanding of reality. When people are isolated for extended periods, they lose the everyday interactions that normally keep their minds balanced. Without those connections, thoughts that would usually be corrected through conversation can become stronger and more extreme. Modern psychology has studied this through research on social isolation and loneliness. Scientists have found that prolonged loneliness is associated with increased stress, reduced emotional well-being, and changes in how people interpret social situations. The brain begins becoming more sensitive to possible threats. Neutral events can feel negative. Small signs of rejection can feel more painful. The mind starts protecting itself from a world it increasingly believes is unsafe. Odysseus experiences a version of this psychological challenge throughout his journey. Every place he reaches is temporary. Every connection he forms is interrupted. He is constantly surrounded by people, yet he remains separated from the one place and the one identity that truly matter to him. This creates a different kind of loneliness. It is not simply the absence of people. It is the feeling that nobody around you fully understands what you have lost. This is something many people experience in modern life. Someone moves to a new country and feels disconnected despite being surrounded by millions of people. Someone changes careers and feels like they no longer belong anywhere. Someone experiences a major personal loss and realizes that ordinary conversations no longer feel the same. The world continues moving, but internally they feel separated from it. Isolation is not always about physical distance. Sometimes it is the emotional distance between your inner experience and the people around you. Neuroscience helps explain why connection matters so much. The brain constantly uses social information to regulate emotions and make sense of experiences. Positive interactions can reduce stress responses and create feelings of safety. Supportive relationships remind the nervous system that challenges do not have to be faced alone. Without that support, the brain often remains in a heightened state of alertness, searching for danger and struggling to relax. This explains why isolation can change the way people think. When someone spends too much time alone, they may begin repeating the same thoughts without outside perspectives challenging them. A small mistake can become a major failure in their mind. A temporary problem can feel permanent. A fear can slowly become a belief. Human connection acts like a mirror that helps us see ourselves more accurately. Without that mirror, our perception can become distorted. Odysseus survives because he maintains a connection to something beyond his current circumstances. His memories of Ithaca, his loyalty to his family, and his belief that he still belongs somewhere prevent isolation from completely reshaping him. He suffers, but he never allows the separation to erase his purpose. That psychological anchor becomes one of his greatest survival tools. This reveals an important truth about resilience. Strong people are not those who never feel lonely. They are people who maintain meaningful connections even when circumstances create distance. Purpose, memories, values, and relationships can act as psychological bridges during periods of isolation. They remind people that their current situation is only one chapter, not the entire story. There is another psychological effect connected to prolonged isolation called rumination. This occurs when the mind repeatedly focuses on the same thoughts, especially painful ones, without reaching a solution. Isolation can increase rumination because there are fewer external experiences interrupting negative thought patterns. The brain keeps returning to the same questions. Why did this happen? What could I have done differently? Will things ever change? Without balance, reflection can slowly turn into emotional exhaustion. This is why isolation can be both a place of growth and a place of danger. Time alone can create self-awareness, creativity, and personal development. Many great ideas are born during solitude. But healthy solitude is chosen and temporary. Harmful isolation feels endless and disconnected from purpose. The difference is not simply being alone. The difference is whether the isolation strengthens you or slowly separates you from life. The Odyssey captures this distinction perfectly. Odysseus spends years away from everyone he loves, but his journey never becomes meaningless. Every struggle is connected to a larger goal. He is not wandering without direction. He is fighting his way back toward belonging. That purpose protects him from becoming completely consumed by loneliness. Perhaps the most powerful lesson is that humans do not only need survival, we need connection. We need people who remind us who we are when life becomes confusing. We need relationships that bring us back to ourselves when hardship tries to change us. Without those connections, even the strongest person can begin losing their sense of direction. In the end, Odysseus's greatest achievement was not simply reaching Ithaca. It was preserving the part of himself that still believed Ithaca existed. After years of isolation, he returned because he never allowed loneliness to convince him that he no longer belonged. The Odyssey reminds us that the human mind can survive incredible distance and suffering. But it survives best when it has something meaningful waiting on the other side. The psychology of trust, knowing when to believe others. Trust is one of the strangest parts of being human. We cannot build meaningful relationships without it, yet trusting the wrong person can completely change the direction of our lives. Every day, we make decisions based on trust. We trust people with our feelings, our money, our secrets, and sometimes our future. But the human mind faces a difficult challenge. We need connection, but we also need protection. Trust too easily, and we become vulnerable. Trust no one, and we become isolated. The Odyssey explores this psychological balance through one of the most important transformations in Odysseus's journey. After years of betrayal, deception, and uncertainty, he must learn not only how to survive enemies, but how to decide who deserves to stand beside him. For much of his journey, trust becomes dangerous. Odysseus encounters beings who appear helpful but hide harmful intentions. He meets people who offer comfort but create obstacles. He experiences situations where believing the wrong person could mean death. Slowly, his mind adapts. He becomes cautious. He observes before revealing information. He tests people before depending on them. To some, this may look like suspicion. But psychologically, it is the natural response of someone who has learned that appearances can be misleading. One of the clearest examples appears when Odysseus finally returns to Ithaca. Instead of immediately announcing who he is, he hides his identity and studies the people around him. He does not even reveal himself fully to those closest to him until he knows the situation is safe. After 20 years away, he cannot simply assume everyone is loyal. His patience is not caused by a lack of love. It is caused by experience. He has learned that trust without evidence can become a weakness. This connects to a major psychological concept called trust calibration. Healthy trust is not about trusting everyone equally or distrusting everyone completely. It is about adjusting the level of trust based on evidence, behavior, and context. A person who gives complete trust immediately may be ignoring warning signs. A person who refuses all trust may be ignoring opportunities for connection. Psychological strength comes from finding the balance between openness and awareness. Think about how this applies to everyday life. A new employee joins a workplace and immediately shares private information with someone they barely know. A person enters a relationship and ignores obvious signs because they want to believe the best. Someone accepts advice from a confident person without checking whether that person actually has experience. These situations are not caused by kindness. They happen because the desire to trust sometimes becomes stronger than the ability to evaluate. At the same time, the opposite problem is equally damaging. After being hurt, many people decide that nobody can be trusted. One betrayal becomes evidence that all people are dangerous. Psychology calls this overgeneralization. The brain creates shortcuts because they help us make quick decisions, but sometimes those shortcuts become inaccurate. A painful experience with one person can begin influencing how we view everyone. Protection turns into isolation. Odysseus avoids this extreme. His experiences make him careful, but they do not make him incapable of connection. He still relies on allies. He accepts help when it is valuable. He recognizes loyalty when it is proven. The lesson is not that trust is dangerous. The lesson is that trust must be earned and maintained through actions. Modern neuroscience helps explain why trust is so important. When people experience reliable and supportive relationships, the brain releases chemicals associated with bonding and emotional safety. Trust reduces stress because it tells the nervous system that we do not have to face every challenge alone. However, when trust is repeatedly broken, the brain begins protecting itself by becoming more alert. It starts searching for signs of danger even in harmless situations. This protective response can be useful after betrayal, but if it continues forever, it prevents people from experiencing genuine connection. This is why rebuilding trust after betrayal is so difficult. The person who was hurt is not simply deciding whether to believe someone again. Their brain is trying to determine whether returning to vulnerability is safe. Words alone often cannot repair this damage because trust is not created through promises. It is created through repeated experiences of reliability. Small actions over time convince the brain that danger has changed. The Odyssey shows this beautifully through the way Odysseus approaches his return home. He does not demand immediate recognition. He watches. He listens. He gathers information. Only after trust is confirmed does he reveal his true identity. This demonstrates an important psychological truth. Vulnerability becomes powerful when it is combined with wisdom. Opening yourself to others is not weakness. Opening yourself without judgment is. There is another fascinating idea called the trust paradox. Humans need trust in order to create relationships, but trust itself requires relationships to develop. In the beginning, some level of vulnerability is always necessary. Every friendship, partnership, and meaningful connection begins with a small risk. The goal is not eliminating risk completely, because that is impossible. The goal is learning how to take intelligent risks. This is where emotional intelligence becomes important. Emotionally intelligent people do not judge trust only through words. They observe patterns. They notice whether someone's actions match their promises. They pay attention to how a person treats others, especially when there is nothing to gain. They understand that character is revealed through consistency, not through impressive moments. Odysseus survives because he develops this kind of awareness. He becomes someone who looks beyond appearances. He understands that a beautiful offer may hide danger and that a quiet person may possess great loyalty. His journey teaches that trust is not about believing what people say. It is about understanding what their behavior repeatedly reveals. Perhaps the most important lesson hidden inside the Odyssey is that trust is not a weakness to avoid. It is a skill to develop. The world cannot be navigated alone. Every person needs allies, friendships, and connections. But survival requires more than simply opening the door to everyone. It requires knowing who should be invited inside. In the end, Odysseus did not return home because he trusted everyone. He returned because he learned how to trust wisely. He understood that the strongest people are not those who build walls around themselves forever. They are the ones who learn when to lower those walls and when to keep them standing. Trust is not about removing uncertainty. It is about becoming wise enough to move through uncertainty without losing yourself. Why every hero needs emotional resilience more than courage. When people imagine a hero, they usually picture someone fearless. They imagine a person who runs toward danger while everyone else runs away. They imagine strength, bravery, and the ability to face impossible challenges without hesitation. But there is a hidden truth behind every great hero. Courage is only useful for the moment of danger. Emotional resilience is what allows someone to keep going after the danger has passed. Anyone can be brave once. The real test is whether a person can continue after losing, failing, suffering, and being pushed beyond what they thought they could endure. That is the deeper psychological lesson hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus does not survive because he never breaks. He survives because he knows how to rebuild himself every time life tries to break him. Throughout his journey, Odysseus faces challenges that would overwhelm almost anyone. He loses companions, suffers betrayal, experiences isolation, and spends years separated from everything he loves. His courage is obvious. He enters dangerous places and confronts terrifying enemies, but courage alone cannot explain how he survives 2 decades of uncertainty. Many brave people have fallen because they could face one difficult moment, but could not endure the emotional weight that followed. Survival requires more than the ability to confront danger. It requires the ability to recover from it. This is where emotional resilience becomes more powerful than courage. Courage asks, can you face the challenge in front of you? Resilience asks, can you continue after the challenge changes you? One is about action. The other is about adaptation. A person can be courageous during a crisis, but still collapse afterward if they cannot process what happened. Emotional resilience is what transforms painful experiences into something a person can carry without being destroyed by them. Odysseus demonstrates this repeatedly. After losing members of his crew, he does not simply move on as if nothing happened. He carries those losses with him. He experiences grief, frustration, and exhaustion. Yet he continues because he maintains a connection to his purpose. He remembers Ithaca. He remembers his family. He remembers the life he is fighting to return to. That purpose becomes an emotional anchor when everything else is unstable. Modern psychology explains why purpose is so important during hardship. Research on resilience shows that people are often better able to endure difficult experiences when they can connect their suffering to something meaningful. Meaning does not remove pain, but it changes the way the brain interprets pain. A difficult experience feels different when someone believes it is leading toward something valuable. Without meaning, suffering feels pointless. With meaning, suffering becomes a challenge that can be endured. Think about everyday examples. An athlete training through exhaustion is not simply tolerating pain. They are connected to a goal. A student studying late at night is not just sacrificing comfort. They are investing in a future they value. A person rebuilding their life after failure is not ignoring their struggles. They are choosing to believe their story is not finished. Resilience comes from seeing beyond the current moment. The brain also plays a major role in emotional recovery. During stressful experiences, the nervous system enters a survival state. The body prepares to fight, escape, or protect itself. This response is extremely useful during immediate danger, but humans also need the ability to return to balance afterward. Emotional resilience depends on this recovery process. People who develop healthy, coping strategies are better able to regulate stress, process emotions, and regain stability after difficult events. Odysseus survives because he repeatedly returns to balance after chaos. He feels fear, but he continues. He experiences loss, but he continues. He faces uncertainty, but he continues. His strength is not the absence of emotional pain. His strength is the ability to experience pain without allowing it to control his entire future. This distinction matters because many people misunderstand resilience. They think resilient people are unaffected by hardship. They imagine someone who never cries, never struggles, but never feels overwhelmed. But emotional resilience is not emotional numbness. In fact, suppressing emotions often makes recovery more difficult. Resilient people acknowledge what they feel while still choosing how they respond. They allow emotions to exist without giving them complete authority over their actions. There is a psychological concept called emotional regulation that explains this ability. It refers to how people manage and respond to their emotions, especially during stressful situations. Strong emotional regulation allows someone to recognize fear without being controlled by fear. It allows someone to experience anger without immediately acting on it. It creates a space between emotion and behavior where thoughtful choices become possible. This is one of the reasons Odysseus is such a fascinating hero. He is not portrayed as someone who never struggles internally. He experiences doubt. He experiences grief. He experiences moments when continuing feels almost impossible. The story becomes powerful because his humanity remains visible. He is not heroic because he lacks weakness. He is heroic because weakness does not permanently defeat him. The same principle applies outside mythology. Many people believe success belongs to those who never fail, but almost every meaningful achievement includes setbacks, rejection, and uncertainty. The difference between those who continue and those who quit is often not talent or intelligence. It is the ability to recover emotionally. Resilience allows people to treat failure as information instead of identity. A mistake becomes something they experienced, not something they become. Another important part of resilience is adaptability. Life rarely returns exactly to the way it was before a major challenge. People often waste energy trying to become their old selves again. But hardship changes everyone. The goal is not returning unchanged. The goal is becoming someone who can move forward with the lessons gained from the experience. Odysseus does not return to Ithaca as the same man who left. His suffering has transformed him into someone more patient, strategic, and aware. The Odyssey quietly reveals that the greatest heroes are not defined by the battles they win. They are defined by the emotional storms they survive. Physical courage may help someone enter the battlefield, but emotional resilience is what helps them leave it and continue living. In the end, courage may make someone a hero for a moment, but resilience makes them a hero for a lifetime. Odysseus's greatest achievement was not defeating monsters or escaping impossible situations. It was preserving his purpose through years of pain. He proves that the strongest people are not those who never fall. They are the ones who develop the inner strength to rise every time life forces them down. The power of resisting immediate pleasure for long-term success. The hardest battles in life are often not the ones happening around us. They are the ones happening inside our own minds. The battle between what feels good right now and what creates a better future. Every person faces this conflict. The easy choice is usually attractive because it offers instant relief. The difficult choice often requires patience, sacrifice, and trust that the future reward will be worth the struggle. This is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus survives because he understands a powerful truth. The ability to delay pleasure today can determine the quality of your life tomorrow. Throughout his journey, Odysseus constantly faces opportunities to abandon his mission for immediate comfort. He could choose safety over struggle, pleasure over purpose, and temporary happiness over a meaningful future. But every time he makes a difficult choice, he remembers what he truly wants, even when something easier is available. His journey home is not just a physical journey across the sea. It is a psychological battle against distraction, temptation, and the desire to escape discomfort. The clearest example is his time with Calypso. Odysseus spends years on her island, surrounded by comfort, beauty, and immortality. From the outside, it looks like a dream. He has everything many people spend their lives chasing. No aging, no hardship, no danger. Yet something is missing. It is not pleasure he wants. It is purpose. He chooses the difficult path back to Ithaca because he understands that a comfortable life without meaning is not the same as a fulfilling life. This connects directly to a famous psychological idea called delayed gratification. It refers to the ability to resist a smaller reward now in exchange for a larger reward later. Research has shown that people who develop this skill often become better at managing goals, controlling impulses, and making long-term decisions. The reason is simple. They are not controlled by the emotion of the present moment. They can think beyond what they feel right now. The challenge is that the human brain naturally prefers immediate rewards. A pleasure we can experience today feels more valuable than a benefit that may come months or years later. This is why people struggle with saving money, maintaining healthy habits, learning new skills, or pursuing difficult goals. The future version of ourselves feels distant, while the present version feels urgent. Odysseus represents the opposite mindset. He is willing to experience discomfort because he knows what matters more. He understands that temporary pleasure can become a trap when it pulls someone away from their deeper values. The easiest option is not always the right option. Sometimes the thing that feels like a sacrifice is actually an investment in the person you want to become. Think about everyday life. Someone chooses to study instead of watching entertainment because they want future opportunities. Someone saves money instead of spending everything immediately because they value financial freedom. Someone practices a skill every day even when improvement feels slow because they understand that mastery requires time. These choices seem small, but they shape entire futures. Psychology also explains why this discipline is difficult. Immediate rewards create strong emotional reactions because the brain releases dopamine when it expects pleasure. This creates motivation to repeat behaviors that feel rewarding. The problem is that many modern distractions provide quick satisfaction without creating meaningful progress. The brain learns to chase comfort, even when comfort moves us further away from our goals. The lesson of Odysseus is not that pleasure is bad. Rest, happiness, and enjoyment are necessary parts of life. The danger comes when temporary pleasure becomes more important than long-term purpose. A person who always chooses what feels good now may eventually lose the ability to create the life they actually want. True discipline is not about constantly denying yourself. It is about choosing what matters most. It is understanding that every choice has a cost. When you choose comfort today, you may sacrifice growth tomorrow. When you choose effort today, you create possibilities tomorrow. The question is not whether you will sacrifice something. The question is what you are willing to sacrifice for the future you want. The Odyssey reminds us that great achievements rarely come from chasing every desire that appears in front of us. They come from knowing which desires deserve attention and which ones must be resisted. Odysseus reaches home because he never forgets the difference between temporary pleasure and lasting fulfillment. In the end, the ability to delay gratification is the ability to control your own future. The person who can resist the temptation of the moment gains something far more valuable than instant pleasure. They gain freedom. They are no longer controlled by every impulse, distraction, or emotion that appears. They become capable of choosing a future that is built by intention rather than accident. Circe and the psychology of transformation, becoming what you feed. The human mind is constantly being shaped by what surrounds it. Every experience, habit, relationship, and belief leaves a mark. We like to think we are completely in control of who we become, but psychology reveals something more complicated. The things we repeatedly expose ourselves to slowly influence our thoughts, emotions, and behavior. Over time, what we consume mentally and emotionally becomes part of our identity. This is the hidden psychological lesson behind Circe in the Odyssey. Her island is not just a place of magic. It represents a deeper truth about human transformation. We often become a reflection of what we allow into our lives. When Odysseus and his men arrive on Circe's island, they encounter a world that looks inviting but hides danger. Circe offers comfort, pleasure, and escape. She welcomes the men, gives them food and drink, and creates an atmosphere where they feel safe. But beneath that comfort is manipulation. Her magic transforms them into pigs, turning their external appearance into a reflection of their internal behavior. The transformation is symbolic because it shows what happens when people lose control over their instincts and desires. The story is not really about men becoming animals. It is about humans becoming controlled by their lowest impulses. The pig represents excess, appetite, and living only for immediate satisfaction. Circe does not destroy the men through violence. She changes them by feeding the parts of themselves they already struggle to control. This idea appears everywhere in modern life. People are shaped by what they repeatedly consume. Someone surrounded by negativity often begins expecting failure. Someone who constantly seeks approval becomes dependent on outside validation. Someone who spends years avoiding discomfort becomes less capable of handling challenges. The environment does not simply influence behavior. It slowly trains the mind. Psychologists explain this through neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change and reorganize based on experiences. The brain strengthens the pathways that are used repeatedly. In simple terms, what you practice becomes easier to repeat. If someone repeatedly practices patience, discipline, and curiosity, those behaviors become more natural. If someone repeatedly practices anger, avoidance, or impulsiveness, those patterns also become stronger. This is why small daily choices matter more than people realize. A single decision rarely transforms a person overnight, but repeated decisions create patterns, and patterns eventually create identity. The person who chooses distraction every day becomes someone who struggles with focus. The person who chooses growth every day becomes someone who naturally looks for improvement. Transformation happens quietly before it becomes visible. Odysseus's crew shows what happens when people surrender awareness. They accept immediate comfort without considering the consequences. They stop questioning what is happening because the experience feels pleasant. This is one of the most dangerous psychological traps humans face. Harmful habits rarely begin by feeling harmful. They usually begin by offering relief. Think about addiction, unhealthy relationships, or destructive routines. Most people do not choose them because they want to damage their lives. They choose them because, in the beginning, they provide something they need: comfort, escape, confidence, belonging. The problem is that short-term relief can create long-term consequences. What starts as a choice can eventually become a pattern that controls the person. The psychology behind this is connected to reward learning. The brain naturally repeats behaviors that create satisfying feelings. When something provides immediate pleasure or reduces discomfort, the brain remembers it. Over time, the behavior becomes easier to repeat, even when the consequences become negative. This is why changing habits is difficult. People are not only fighting a behavior, they are fighting a pattern that has been reinforced again and again. Odysseus survives Circe's island because he does something his men fail to do. He remains aware. He does not immediately surrender to what feels good. He approaches the situation with caution and understanding. His ability to observe before accepting allows him to avoid becoming controlled by the environment around him. This reveals an important psychological skill called self-awareness. Self-awareness is the ability to recognize your own thoughts, emotions, and patterns before they control your actions. Without it, people can easily become shaped by circumstances without realizing it. They wake up years later and wonder how they became someone they never intended to be. Another important lesson from Circe is that transformation is not always negative. The same process that can create destructive habits can also create positive change. A person can intentionally choose environments, relationships, and routines that strengthen the qualities they want to develop. The mind is always adapting. The question is whether you are consciously guiding that adaptation or allowing outside influences to decide for you. This is why successful people often protect their environment carefully. They understand that motivation is temporary, but surroundings create consistency. A person who spends time around disciplined individuals is more likely to develop discipline. A person who surrounds themselves with creativity is more likely to think creatively. Human beings absorb more than information. They absorb behaviors, attitudes, and expectations. The Odyssey teaches that transformation is always happening, whether we notice it or not. Every habit is shaping us. Every influence is leaving a mark. Every repeated choice is creating a future version of ourselves. In the end, Circe's Island is not just a story about magic. It is a warning about unconscious transformation. You become what you repeatedly allow into your mind, your environment, and your life. The question is not whether you are changing. You are. The real question is whether you are choosing the direction of that change or simply becoming whatever your surroundings create. Odysseus escapes because he understands that awareness is the first step toward control. Before you can change your life, you must understand what is changing you. Because long before people become something different on the outside, they usually become something different on the inside first. How fear distorts judgment during crisis. A fear is one of the most powerful emotions humans experience. It can save your life by pushing you away from danger, but it can also destroy your ability to think clearly when you need your judgment the most. During a crisis, the mind does not always search for the best solution. It searches for the fastest way to escape discomfort. That is why fear can make intelligent people make irrational decisions. The problem is not that fear exists. The problem is that fear can become the decision maker. This is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. Many of Odysseus's greatest challenges were not only tests of strength or intelligence. They were tests of whether he could think clearly while fear was telling him to panic. When Odysseus and his crew face danger, they are constantly placed in situations where one emotional reaction could mean disaster. The sea is unpredictable. Enemies are unknown. Survival is never guaranteed. In these moments, fear becomes unavoidable. But what separates Odysseus from many others is not that he feels less fear. It is that he refuses to let fear control his choices. One of the clearest examples appears during the encounter with Scylla and Charybdis. Odysseus knows that his crew is sailing toward a deadly situation. He understands there is no perfect option. Every choice carries risk. A fearful mind often struggles with situations like this because it wants certainty. It wants a guarantee that everything will be safe. But when no perfect answer exists, panic can create worse decisions than the original danger. Odysseus accepts the reality of the situation and focuses on making the best possible choice, instead of wasting energy wishing the danger did not exist. This connects to an important psychological concept called the threat response. When the brain detects danger, the amygdala activates and prepares the body to survive. This response is extremely useful when immediate action is required. But during complex situations, it can become a problem. The brain becomes focused on escaping the threat instead of analyzing the situation. Logical thinking becomes harder because emotional urgency takes over. This is why people often make poor decisions during crisis. Someone receives bad news and immediately assumes the worst possible outcome. Someone faces financial pressure and makes a desperate choice that creates bigger problems later. Someone experiences conflict and reacts with anger before understanding what actually happened. Fear narrows attention. It makes one possibility feel like the only possibility. Psychologists call this cognitive narrowing. Under extreme stress, the mind reduces the amount of information it processes because it is trying to respond quickly. This may help during immediate physical danger, but it can be harmful when a situation requires strategy. A person may ignore important details, overlook alternatives, or focus only on what they fear most. The danger feels bigger because the mind has stopped looking at the entire picture. Odysseus repeatedly survives because he creates distance between fear and action. He does not pretend danger is absent. He acknowledges it. But instead of allowing fear to create chaos, he uses it as information. Fear tells him that something matters. Intelligence decides what to do next. This difference appears in everyday life more often than people realize. Imagine someone preparing for an important presentation. Fear tells them they will fail, embarrass themselves, and lose respect. If they believe those thoughts completely, they may avoid the opportunity altogether. But a calmer mind recognizes that fear is not a prediction. It is simply a reaction to uncertainty. The person can prepare, practice, and improve instead of allowing fear to decide their future. The same principle applies to relationships, careers, and personal challenges. Fear often creates stories before reality has a chance to speak. It tells people that one mistake will ruin everything, that one rejection means they are not good enough, or that one setback means they should quit. These thoughts feel convincing because fear creates urgency. But urgency does not always mean importance. Sometimes it simply means emotion is demanding attention. Modern neuroscience shows that calm thinking becomes more difficult when stress levels remain high. The prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for planning and reasoning, becomes less effective when the brain is overwhelmed by intense emotional responses. This is why emotional regulation is so important during difficult moments. The goal is not to eliminate fear. The goal is to keep enough mental clarity to make decisions despite fear. Odysseus demonstrates this skill throughout his journey. He faces situations where panic would be understandable, yet he continues searching for solutions. He knows that fear is unavoidable, but surrendering to fear is a choice. This mindset creates a powerful form of resilience. It allows a person to experience uncertainty without becoming controlled by it. Another important psychological idea is fear tolerance. People with strong fear tolerance are not fearless. They simply have learned that discomfort does not always mean danger. They can remain present during stressful situations without immediately trying to escape. This ability allows them to think, adapt, and respond more effectively. The opposite happens when people constantly avoid fear. Avoidance provides immediate relief, but it teaches the brain that fear itself is something dangerous. Over time, the person becomes more controlled by the emotion they are trying to escape. The only way to develop confidence is to experience difficult situations and discover that you can handle them. The Odyssey shows that crisis does not create character. It reveals the habits already developed inside a person. When pressure arrives, people usually fall back on their deepest patterns. Those who have practiced patience, awareness, and self-control are more likely to respond wisely. Those who are controlled by impulse are more likely to react without thinking. In the end, fear is not the enemy. Uncontrolled fear is. Fear can warn you, prepare you, and protect you. But when fear becomes the voice making every decision, it can lead you directly into the mistakes you were trying to avoid. Odysseus's greatest strength was not that he never felt afraid. It was that he could stand in the middle of uncertainty and still think. He understood that the person who controls their mind during a crisis has already gained the greatest advantage. Because when fear takes over, the first thing people lose is not their safety, it is their ability to see clearly. The inner battle between logic and emotion. Throughout the journey, every important decision in life is influenced by two powerful forces inside the human mind. One wants what feels right in the moment. The other thinks about what will matter later. One reacts quickly. The other analyzes carefully. One follows emotion. The other follows reason. This internal conflict exists in every person, and the Odyssey turns that invisible battle into one of the greatest psychological journeys ever written. Odysseus is not only fighting monsters, storms, and enemies. He is constantly fighting himself. His greatest challenge is learning when to listen to his emotions and when to let logic take control. The interesting part is that neither side is completely good or bad. Emotion gives humans passion, connection, and motivation. Without emotion, Odysseus would never have endured 20 years trying to return home. His love for his family gives him a reason to continue when everything seems hopeless. His longing for Ithaca keeps his purpose alive. But emotion without control can also create disaster. The same feelings that push people forward can also make them act impulsively. Odysseus repeatedly faces situations where his emotions and his intelligence pull him in opposite directions. Sometimes his heart tells him to act immediately, while his mind tells him to wait. Sometimes his desire for recognition creates problems that his strategic thinking could have prevented. His journey becomes a lesson in emotional balance. The goal is not to eliminate feelings. It is to prevent feelings from controlling every decision. One of the clearest examples appears with the Cyclops. After escaping the cave, Odysseus and his men are finally safe. Logic tells him to continue sailing away quietly. The danger is over, but his emotions take control. His pride wants recognition. He wants the Cyclops to know the name of the person who defeated him. In that moment, the emotional desire to be respected becomes stronger than the logical need to remain hidden. That single choice creates consequences that follow him for years. This moment reveals something important about human behavior. People often make mistakes not because they lack intelligence, but because emotions temporarily overpower intelligence. Someone can know exactly what the right choice is and still choose differently because the emotional reward feels stronger. A person may know they should save money but spend impulsively. They may know they should stay calm but react in anger. Knowledge alone is not enough. The mind must also learn control. Psychology explains this through the relationship between the emotional brain and the rational brain. The amygdala processes emotions like fear, anger, and desire, often responding quickly. The prefrontal cortex handles planning, reasoning, and long-term thinking. These systems work together, but during intense emotional moments, the faster emotional response can overpower slower logical thinking. This is why people sometimes say things they regret or make decisions they later struggle to understand. Odysseus becomes powerful because he learns how to create balance between these two forces. He does not become emotionless. He still feels anger when he is betrayed. He still feels sadness when he loses companions. He still feels longing for home. But he learns that emotions should provide information, not instructions. This lesson is extremely relevant in modern life. Every day, people face decisions where logic and emotion compete. A person receives criticism and immediately wants to defend themselves. Emotion says protect your ego. Logic says listen and learn. Someone faces a difficult opportunity and wants to avoid it. Emotion says stay comfortable. Logic says growth requires discomfort. Someone experiences a setback and wants to quit. Emotion says the pain is too much. Logic says this moment does not define the future. The people who make better decisions are not those who ignore emotions. They are those who understand them. Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize what you feel while still choosing your response. It creates a space between the emotional reaction and the final decision. That space is where wisdom develops. Odysseus demonstrates this repeatedly during his journey home. When he enters unknown situations, he observes before acting. When he encounters threats, he searches for solutions instead of reacting blindly. When he returns to Ithaca, he controls his desire for immediate revenge and waits for the right moment. His patience is not a rejection of emotion. It is emotion guided by purpose. There is another psychological idea called cognitive reappraisal, which refers to changing the way we interpret a situation. Instead of allowing emotions to create a fixed story, people can choose a different perspective. A failure can become proof of weakness, or it can become information for improvement. A rejection can feel like personal rejection, or it can become an opportunity to redirect. The meaning we assign to events influences the emotions those events create. Odysseus survives because he constantly reframes his challenges. He does not see every obstacle as proof that he should give up. He sees obstacles as problems requiring strategy. This mindset allows him to remain mentally flexible even when his emotions are intense. The deeper lesson is that logic without emotion can make people disconnected, while emotion without logic can make people reckless. Human beings need both. Logic gives direction. Emotion gives meaning. Logic creates plans. Emotion creates purpose. The strongest decisions happen when both work together. This is why Odysseus remains such a timeless character. He is not portrayed as a perfect person who always makes the right choice. He struggles. He makes mistakes. He allows pride to interfere with judgment. But he also learns, adapts, and becomes wiser through experience. His journey is not about becoming someone who feels nothing. It is about becoming someone who understands himself. In the end, the greatest battle in the Odyssey is not fought against monsters or gods. It is fought inside the human mind. Every person faces moments when emotion demands immediate action while logic asks for patience. The difference between destruction and growth often comes down to which voice we choose to follow. Odysseus teaches us that true wisdom is not choosing logic over emotion or emotion over logic. It is learning how to make them work together. Because the person who can understand their feelings without being controlled by them gains something far more valuable than victory over enemies. They gain control over themselves. What home really means to the human mind. Home is one of the most powerful ideas in the human mind. It is not just a location. It is not simply walls, furniture, or a place where we sleep. Home represents safety, identity, belonging, and the feeling that we have somewhere we truly fit. This is why losing a home can feel like losing a part of ourselves. The Odyssey reveals this psychological truth through Odysseus's 20-year struggle to return to Ithaca. His journey is not only about reaching a place. It is about returning to the version of himself that existed there. For most of his journey, Odysseus is surrounded by incredible things. He encounters beautiful islands, powerful beings, and opportunities that many people would consider impossible to refuse. He experiences comfort, wealth, and even the possibility of immortality. Yet none of these things replace what he truly wants. He wants home. That tells us something important about human psychology. People do not only search for pleasure, they search for meaning. They want a place where they are known, understood, and connected to something bigger than themselves. This is why people often feel lost after major life changes. Someone can have success, money, and achievements, but still feel empty if they lose their sense of belonging. A person can move to a new city and have everything they need, yet still feel disconnected because the emotional meaning of home has not been rebuilt. Psychologists explain this through the human need for attachment and belonging. The brain is designed to create connections with people and places that provide security. Familiar environments reduce uncertainty because the mind knows what to expect. They create a psychological foundation where people can rest, recover, and develop. For Odysseus, Ithaca represents more than land. It represents his identity. It is where he is a husband, a father, a king, and a person with a history. Without that connection, he becomes someone constantly searching. He is alive, but he is not fully grounded. This is why his journey feels so personal. The obstacles are not only physical barriers preventing him from reaching an island. They are psychological challenges testing whether he can hold on to who he is when everything familiar has been taken away. One of the greatest dangers of being separated from home is identity loss. Human beings understand themselves partly through their relationships, routines, and environments. When those disappear, people often ask deeper questions. Who am I now? Where do I belong? What is my purpose? Odysseus faces this struggle repeatedly. He encounters places where he could forget his past and create a new life. But he refuses because he understands that comfort without connection is not enough. Modern psychology shows that belonging plays a major role in emotional health. When people feel connected, they often handle stress better and recover more easily from challenges. But when people feel disconnected, even ordinary difficulties can become heavier because they feel like they are facing everything alone. This is why home is often associated with emotional safety. It is the place where people do not have to constantly prove themselves. It is where they can lower their defenses and simply exist. But the Odyssey also teaches that home is not only something we return to, it is something we create. Odysseus changes throughout his journey. The man who leaves Ithaca is not the same man who returns. His experiences have transformed him. He does not come home unchanged. He comes home with a deeper understanding of himself. This is an important lesson for real life. Sometimes people spend years trying to return to who they were before a difficult experience. But growth does not mean going backward. It means carrying the lessons from your journey into a new version of yourself. Home is not always the place we left. Sometimes home becomes the place where we finally understand who we have become. The Odyssey shows that humans need more than survival. We need connection, purpose, and a sense of belonging. We need something that reminds us where we come from and why we keep moving forward. In the end, Odysseus's greatest victory was not crossing oceans or defeating enemies. It was finding his way back to the place that gave his life meaning. Because home is not powerful because of what it contains. Home is powerful because of what it represents. It is the place where our memories live, where our identity feels strongest, and where the human mind finally feels that it belongs. The psychological price of leadership. When others depend on you, leadership looks powerful from the outside. People see the authority, the respect, and the ability to make important decisions. But what they rarely see is the psychological weight that comes with being responsible for others. The higher someone rises, the less freedom. They often have to think only about themselves. Every choice affects someone else. Every mistake carries consequences. This is the hidden burden of leadership, and the Odyssey reveals that being responsible for others can become one of the greatest tests of the human mind. Odysseus is not just trying to survive for himself. Every decision he makes affects the lives of his crew. Their safety depends on his judgment. Their future depends on his ability to stay calm when everything around him is falling apart. This creates a different kind of pressure. It is one thing to suffer for yourself. It is another thing to know that other people may suffer because of your decisions. That burden changes the way a person thinks. A leader cannot always choose the easiest option. They often have to make decisions where every choice involves sacrifice. Odysseus faces this constantly. He must decide when to fight, when to escape, when to hide information, and when to take risks. He carries the responsibility of choosing a path even when no option feels completely right. This is something many leaders experience in real life. A parent making difficult choices for their family. A manager making decisions that affect employees. A doctor deciding the best treatment during uncertainty. A person in charge often has to carry doubts privately because showing constant fear can make others lose confidence. Psychology explains this through a thing called decision fatigue. The human brain has limited mental energy for making choices. When someone is responsible for many important decisions every day, their ability to think clearly can slowly become exhausted. Leaders often experience this because they cannot simply ignore problems. They are constantly evaluating risks, solving conflicts, and preparing for what could go wrong. But the hardest part of leadership is not making decisions. It is carrying the emotional consequences of those decisions. Odysseus experiences this when members of his crew are lost during the journey. Even when he makes the best choice possible, the outcome is not always positive. This creates a painful reality that every leader eventually faces. Good decisions do not always create perfect results. Sometimes people can do everything right and still experience loss. This is why emotional resilience is essential for leadership. Without it, responsibility can turn into guilt. A leader may start believing every failure is a personal failure. They may carry every problem as proof that they are not good enough. Over time, this mindset can destroy confidence and create emotional exhaustion. Great leaders learn a different lesson. They understand that responsibility means doing everything possible, not controlling everything that happens. They accept that uncertainty is part of leadership. They focus on what they can influence while accepting what they cannot. Odysseus survives because he learns this balance. He does not ignore the suffering around him, but he also does not allow guilt to completely destroy his ability to continue. His crew needs a leader who can keep thinking, even when the situation is painful. This is the hidden cost of being the person others depend on. People often look to leaders for strength, but they rarely see the internal struggle behind that strength. They do not see the nights spent questioning decisions. They do not see the fear of failing those who trusted them. The Odyssey teaches that leadership is not about having complete control. It is about accepting responsibility without allowing responsibility to consume you. The strongest leaders are not those who never feel pressure. They are those who can carry pressure without losing their ability to think, adapt, and guide others forward. Because when others depend on you, your greatest challenge is not defeating the obstacles in front of you. It is maintaining control over yourself while everyone else is depending on you to lead the way. Why people repeatedly ignore wise advice, even when they know better. One of the strangest things about human behavior is that people often know exactly what they should do, yet still choose the opposite. They know the habit is hurting them. They know the decision is risky. They know someone is giving them valuable advice. But somehow they continue making the same mistake. This is not always because people lack intelligence. Sometimes the problem is that knowing the right answer and accepting the right answer are two completely different things. The Odyssey explores this weakness of human nature again and again. Throughout his journey, Odysseus and his crew receive warnings about dangers ahead. They are given information that could protect them, yet many times curiosity, pride, desire, or emotion become stronger than wisdom. The problem is not a lack of knowledge. The problem is the inability to overcome the impulses fighting against that knowledge. A powerful example appears with the Sirens. Odysseus knows their song is dangerous. He understands that anyone who hears it will be tempted and destroyed. Instead of pretending he is immune, he creates a system to protect himself. He orders his men to tie him to the mast and ignore his requests once the song begins. He recognizes a deep psychological truth. In moments of temptation, relying only on willpower is often not enough. This is something psychologists call the intention-behavior gap. It describes the difference between what people plan to do and what they actually do. A person can have a clear goal but still fail when emotions, habits, or immediate rewards take control. Knowing that something is harmful does not automatically make it easy to avoid. Think about everyday life. Someone knows they should sleep earlier, but stays awake scrolling through their phone. Someone knows they should save money, but keeps spending impulsively. Someone knows a relationship is unhealthy, but continues returning because the emotional attachment feels stronger than logic. The information is already there. The struggle is turning knowledge into action. The brain is partly responsible for this conflict. Humans are not driven only by rational thinking. We also have emotional systems that respond quickly to pleasure, fear, and desire. When a temptation appears, the brain often focuses on the immediate reward rather than the future consequence. This is why a short moment of satisfaction can overpower a long-term goal. Odysseus understands this better than most people. He knows that even a strong mind can become weak in the right situation. Instead of trusting himself blindly, he creates boundaries before the danger arrives. He prepares for the version of himself that might make a bad decision later. This is one of the biggest lessons about self-control. The strongest people are not always those with the most discipline in the moment. They are often the ones who design their environment so they do not have to constantly fight temptation. They remove unnecessary choices. They create rules. They prepare in advance. Modern psychology calls this pre-commitment. It means making decisions before emotions become intense. A person who automatically saves money before they can spend it is using pre-commitment. Someone who removes distractions before working is using pre-commitment. Someone who creates boundaries before entering a tempting situation is using pre-commitment. The reason this works is simple. During calm moments, the logical mind is in control. During emotional moments, immediate desires become much stronger. A future decision made with clear thinking can protect you from a future decision made under pressure. The Odyssey shows that wisdom is not just about hearing good advice. It is about respecting your own weaknesses enough to prepare for them. Many people fail because they believe they are the exception. They think they will have more control than others. They assume they can handle situations that have already destroyed countless people before them. But self-awareness creates real strength. The person who understands their weaknesses can build protection around them. The person who ignores their weaknesses becomes controlled by them. In the end, the reason people ignore wise advice is often not because they do not understand it. It is because understanding something intellectually is easier than accepting it emotionally. The mind may know the truth, but the heart may still want something else. Odysseus survives because he does not rely only on knowledge. He combines wisdom with preparation. He understands that the greatest threats are not always outside us. Sometimes they are the desires inside us that convince us we are stronger than we really are. And that may be the most important lesson of all. Knowing what is right is only the beginning. The real challenge is becoming the kind of person who can follow through when it matters most. The mindset that turns obstacles into opportunities. Most people see obstacles as proof that something has gone wrong. A setback feels like failure. A closed door feels like rejection. A difficult situation feels like a sign to stop. But some people respond differently. They look at the same problem and see information, possibility, and a chance to grow. The difference is not the obstacle itself. The difference is the mindset of the person facing it. This is one of the greatest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus does not survive because his journey is easier than everyone else's. In fact, his journey is almost impossible. He faces storms, enemies, betrayal, isolation, and constant uncertainty. What separates him is his ability to transform problems into challenges that can be solved. When something goes wrong, Odysseus rarely wastes time asking why this happened to him. He asks a better question. What can I do with this situation? That single shift changes everything. Instead of seeing obstacles as the end of the path, he sees them as part of the path. A perfect example is the Cyclops. At first glance, the situation is hopeless. Odysseus and his men are trapped inside a cave with a giant who can overpower them easily. A person focused only on the problem would see no escape. But Odysseus changes the way he looks at the situation. He stops thinking about the Cyclops' strength and starts thinking about the weakness hidden inside that strength. The giant is powerful, but he is also predictable. That weakness becomes the opportunity. This is how successful problem solvers think. They do not pretend difficulties are easy. They simply search for possibilities that others miss. Psychology explains this through something called cognitive reframing. It is the ability to change the way we interpret an event. The event itself may not change, but the meaning we give it changes our response. A failure can become evidence that you are not capable, or it can become feedback showing you what needs improvement. A challenge can become a threat, or it can become training. This does not mean ignoring reality or pretending everything is positive. Real obstacles are painful. Real failures have consequences, but the way people interpret those experiences influences what they do next. Think about everyday life. Someone loses a job and sees only loss. Another person sees a chance to develop new skills and find a better direction. Someone receives criticism and feels attacked. Another person searches for the lesson hidden inside it. The situation is similar, but the response creates a completely different future. Odysseus demonstrates this mindset throughout his journey because he understands that he cannot control everything that happens to him. The sea will change. Enemies will appear. Plans will fail. But he can control how he responds. That ability gives him power, even when circumstances are against him. This connects to the psychological concept of an internal locus of control. People with a strong internal locus of control believe their actions can influence outcomes. They do not believe they control everything, but they believe their choices matter. This mindset encourages action instead of helplessness. The opposite mindset is believing that nothing you do matters. When people develop this belief, they stop searching for solutions because they assume failure is unavoidable. The obstacle becomes bigger than their ability to respond. Odysseus refuses to think this way. Every challenge becomes a puzzle. Every mistake becomes information. Every setback becomes something he can learn from. This does not make his journey painless, but it makes him adaptable. One of the most important lessons from his story is that obstacles often reveal abilities that comfort never develops. A person may never discover their creativity until they face a difficult problem. They may never develop patience until life forces them to wait. They may never discover their strength until circumstances demand it. Growth usually happens in environments that challenge us. Comfort shows us what we already know. Obstacles reveal what we are capable of becoming. The Odyssey reminds us that problems are not always interruptions to our journey. Sometimes they are the very experiences that prepare us for the person we need to become. Odysseus does not reach home because the world stops creating difficulties. He reaches home because difficulties stop controlling him. In the end, the difference between those who are defeated by obstacles and those who grow from them is not the size of the challenge. It is the mindset they bring to it. The person who sees only a wall will stop moving. The person who looks closer may discover a door hidden inside it. The role of hope as a psychological survival mechanism. When people lose hope, they often lose something more important than motivation. They lose the reason to keep moving. Hope is not just a positive emotion or a comforting idea. It is a psychological survival mechanism that helps the human mind endure situations that seem impossible. It allows people to believe that the present moment is not the entire story. This is one of the deepest lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus survives years of suffering because he never allows his mind to accept that his journey is over. For 20 years, Odysseus is separated from his home, his family, and the life he once knew. From the outside, his situation looks hopeless. The odds are against him. The journey keeps becoming harder. Every time he gets close to returning, another obstacle appears. Yet something inside him continues to push forward. That force is hope. But hope is often misunderstood. It is not pretending everything will be easy. It is not ignoring reality. Odysseus understands how difficult his situation is. He knows there are dangers ahead. He knows the journey may take longer than expected. But he also believes that his actions still matter. That belief keeps him moving. Psychology explains this through something called future orientation. The human brain does not only respond to the present. It creates images of possible futures and uses those imagined futures to guide behavior. When people believe a better future is possible, they are more likely to take actions that move them toward it. Hope gives the mind a reason to continue through discomfort. This is why two people can experience the same hardship and respond completely differently. One person sees a difficult situation and thinks, there is no way out. Another sees the same situation and thinks, there must be something I can do. The difference is not always the size of the problem. It is the belief that action still has value. Odysseus represents this mindset perfectly. He does not survive because he knows exactly how everything will end. He survives because he believes there is a possibility worth fighting for. He continues without guarantees. That is what makes hope powerful. It does not require certainty. It only requires enough belief to take the next step. Modern psychology also connects hope with resilience. People who maintain hope during difficult periods are often better able to adapt because they continue searching for solutions. They do not see obstacles as permanent walls. They see them as problems that may have answers. Hope keeps the brain engaged when giving up would feel easier. Think about real life. Someone recovering from failure needs hope to try again. Someone facing a difficult illness needs hope to continue treatment. Someone rebuilding after loss needs hope to believe life can still hold meaning. Hope does not remove pain, but it prevents pain from becoming the only thing a person sees. The danger of losing hope is that the mind begins creating a smaller version of reality. A person stops looking for opportunities because they assume none exist. They stop taking action because they believe nothing will change. Over time, hopelessness becomes a self-reinforcing cycle. The lack of action creates the very outcome the person feared. Odysseus avoids this trap because he keeps his purpose alive. His memory of Ithaca is not just a memory. It is a psychological anchor. It reminds him who he is and what he is fighting for. Without that connection, the suffering would have become meaningless. This reveals an important truth about human endurance. People can tolerate incredible difficulty when they believe the struggle has a purpose. A painful journey becomes easier to continue when there is something meaningful waiting at the end. The Odyssey teaches that hope is not weakness. It is a form of mental strength. It is the ability to look at an uncertain future and still believe your choices matter. It is the force that allows people to continue when there is no immediate reward and no guarantee of success. In the end, Odysseus returns home not because his journey becomes easier. It becomes easier because he never gives up on the idea that home is still waiting for him. Hope kept his identity alive when circumstances tried to take everything else away. The greatest survival tool humans possess is not always strength, intelligence, or courage. Sometimes it is the simple belief that tomorrow can still be different from today. Why revenge feels necessary but rarely brings peace. When someone hurts us deeply, revenge can feel like the only thing that will make things right. The mind creates a simple equation. They caused pain, so they should experience pain too. They took something from us, so taking something from them feels like restoring balance. In that moment, revenge does not feel cruel. It feels necessary. But the human mind has a dangerous misunderstanding about revenge. It promises closure, yet often keeps us trapped inside the same pain we are trying to escape. This is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. When Odysseus finally returns to Ithaca after 20 years, he discovers that his home has been invaded by the suitors. They have disrespected his family, consumed his resources, and acted as if he would never come back. After years of suffering and loss, his anger is completely understandable. He wants justice. He wants those responsible to face consequences. But the real lesson is not simply about defeating enemies. It is about understanding what revenge does to the person seeking it. Psychologically, revenge feels powerful because it gives people a temporary sense of control. When someone hurts us, we experience a feeling of helplessness. Something important was taken away, and we cannot change the past. Revenge creates the illusion that we can finally balance the situation. It tells the mind if they suffer, then maybe my pain will disappear. But pain does not work like a mathematical equation. Making someone else suffer rarely removes the original wound. The memory remains. The loss remains. The emotions connected to the experience often remain. The person who caused the damage may be punished, but the person carrying the anger is still carrying the weight. This is why revenge can become a psychological trap. Instead of moving forward, people continue organizing their thoughts around the person who hurt them. Their decisions, emotions, and goals remain connected to the past. The person they want to escape from continues controlling their life without even being present. We see this everywhere. Someone spends years trying to prove a former friend wrong. Someone becomes obsessed with making an enemy regret their actions. Someone refuses to let go because they believe forgiveness means weakness. But sometimes holding on to anger does not punish the person who caused the pain. It only extends the amount of time that pain controls you. Psychology explains that anger itself is not harmful. Anger has a purpose. It signals that something important has been violated. It tells us that a boundary was crossed or an injustice occurred. The problem begins when anger becomes the only force guiding our decisions. A person controlled by anger does not choose their future. They simply react to their past. Odysseus faces this challenge when he returns home. He has every reason to act from pure emotion. The betrayal against him is personal. The disrespect toward his family is unbearable. But he does not rush blindly. He waits, observes, and chooses his moment carefully. This shows an important difference between revenge and justice. Revenge asks, how can I make them suffer? Justice asks, what needs to be restored? That difference changes everything. Revenge is focused on emotional release. Justice is focused on creating order. One keeps the mind attached to the injury. The other allows life to move forward after the injury has been addressed. This lesson applies far beyond ancient stories. In everyday life, people often believe peace will arrive after they achieve a certain victory over someone else. They think they will finally feel complete after proving a point, receiving an apology, or seeing someone fail. But relying on another person's downfall for your happiness gives them control over your emotional state. True peace begins when your future no longer depends on what happens to the person who hurt you. This does not mean forgetting what happened or allowing people to escape consequences. It means refusing to let someone else's actions define your entire identity. Healing is not pretending the wound never existed. Healing is deciding that the wound will not control where your life goes next. Odysseus's journey reveals this transformation. His goal is not simply defeating those who wronged him. His goal is returning to who he is. The ultimate victory is rebuilding his home, reconnecting with his family, and reclaiming his purpose. Because the greatest power is not making someone else feel your pain. It is reaching a point where their actions no longer have the power to create pain inside you. Revenge may feel like freedom in the beginning, but real freedom comes when you no longer need revenge to feel whole. The Odyssey reminds us that the strongest person is not the one who can destroy their enemy. It is the one who can face injustice without allowing hatred to become their new identity. Because winning a battle against someone else means very little if you lose the battle within yourself. The psychology of testing loyalty before offering trust. Trust is one of the most important parts of human relationships. But giving trust too quickly can become dangerous. The human mind wants to believe that people are honest, loyal, and reliable. We want to see the best in others. But history, experience, and psychology reveal an important truth. Trust should not only be given because someone says the right things. It should be built through actions, consistency, and time. This is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. After being away from Ithaca for 20 years, Odysseus does not return and immediately reveal himself to everyone. He does something much more strategic. He observes, he tests, he gathers information before deciding who deserves his trust. At first, this may seem like suspicion, but it is actually wisdom. Odysseus has spent years surrounded by deception. He has encountered enemies who looked harmless and situations where one wrong decision could mean death. His experiences teach him that appearances are not always reality. A person can speak kindly and still have harmful intentions. Someone can claim loyalty while secretly waiting for an opportunity to betray you. This connects to an important psychological concept called trust calibration. Healthy trust is not about trusting everyone or trusting nobody. It is about matching the amount of trust you give with the evidence you have received. A stranger does not deserve the same level of trust as someone who has consistently supported you for years. A promise does not carry the same weight as repeated behavior. Words can create an impression, but actions reveal character. Odysseus understands this when he returns home. Instead of immediately announcing who he is, he disguises himself and watches the people around him. He wants to know who remains loyal and who has changed during his absence. He understands that emotions can create blind spots. His desire to return home could make him ignore warning signs, so he chooses patience over impulse. This is something people struggle with in real life. Many trust-based mistakes happen because people believe potential instead of patterns. They focus on what someone could become rather than what that person repeatedly shows them. Someone ignores repeated disrespect because they believe the person will eventually change. Someone shares personal information with a new friend too quickly because the connection feels exciting. Someone accepts promises without looking at past behavior. These choices happen because humans naturally want trust to be true. But trust without evidence can create vulnerability. Psychology explains that the brain often uses shortcuts when judging people. We quickly form impressions based on confidence, appearance, charm, or shared interests. These shortcuts help us navigate social situations, but they can also cause mistakes. A person who appears trustworthy is not always a person who has earned trust. This is why loyalty is usually revealed during moments of difficulty. Anyone can be supportive when things are easy. Real loyalty appears when there is pressure, inconvenience, or nothing to gain. The person who stays when leaving would be easier reveals more about their character than someone who only offers words. Odysseus's journey teaches that trust should be tested through experience, not through manipulation or constant suspicion, but through observation. How does someone behave when they are frustrated? How do they treat people who cannot help them? Do their actions match their promises? These questions reveal more than simple conversations ever can. At the same time, there is a danger in becoming too guarded. A person who trusts nobody may avoid betrayal, but they also lose the ability to create meaningful relationships. Humans need connection. The goal is not building walls around yourself forever. The goal is learning who deserves access to you. Emotional intelligence is the ability to balance openness with awareness. It allows people to remain kind without becoming naive. It allows them to believe in others while still paying attention to reality. Odysseus represents this balance. He does not become cold because of his experiences. He still values loyalty. He still wants connection. But he understands that trust is valuable, and valuable things should be handled carefully. The deepest lesson is that trust is not created by words. It is created by patterns. A person earns trust through repeated choices that show reliability, honesty, and respect. In the end, Odysseus returns home, not because he trusted everyone around him. He returns because he learned how to recognize who was worthy of trust. The strongest people are not those who believe everyone or doubt everyone. They are the ones who understand that trust is not something to give away instantly. It is something people build through the way they consistently choose to act. How long journeys transform personal identity. A long journey does something powerful to the human mind. It does not just change where a person is. It changes who they are. Every challenge, loss, and difficult decision leaves a mark. The person who begins the journey is rarely the same person who reaches the end. This is one of the deepest psychological lessons hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus does not simply travel across the world and return home. He loses and rebuilds his identity along the way. When Odysseus leaves Ithaca, he is a king, a husband, and a warrior. He knows exactly who he is and where he belongs. But after 20 years of war and wandering, almost everything that defined him is challenged. He loses his companions, his comfort, his reputation, and his sense of control. The journey forces him to discover whether his identity comes only from his position or from something deeper inside him. This is why difficult experiences can transform people so deeply. When life removes the things we normally use to define ourselves, we are forced to ask a difficult question. Who am I without all of this? Psychology explains this through the idea of identity development. A person's identity is not fixed forever. It changes through experiences, relationships, challenges, and the meanings we attach to those events. Hardship often becomes a turning point because it forces people to adapt and create a new understanding of themselves. Odysseus experiences this repeatedly. He is no longer simply the powerful warrior who fought in Troy. He becomes someone who must survive through patience, intelligence, and emotional control. His greatest strength is no longer physical power. It becomes his ability to adapt. This reveals an important truth about personal growth. Many people think transformation happens when life becomes easier. But often, transformation happens when life becomes difficult. Challenges reveal qualities that comfort never demands. Patience, resilience, creativity, and courage often develop only when circumstances force them to appear. Think about real life. Someone who loses a career may discover a new ability they never explored. Someone who experiences failure may develop stronger discipline. Someone who goes through a painful change may become more emotionally aware. The experience itself does not automatically create growth. The growth comes from how a person responds to the experience. Odysseus shows this perfectly. His journey is filled with suffering, but suffering alone does not make him stronger. His choices do. He learns from mistakes. He adapts to new situations. He becomes more thoughtful before acting. The journey changes him because he allows it to teach him. Psychologists often describe this as post-traumatic growth. It refers to positive psychological changes that can happen after difficult experiences. This does not mean trauma is good or that suffering should be desired. It means that some people are able to find new strength, purpose, or understanding after facing hardship. The important part is that growth requires reflection. Without reflection, pain can simply become pain. A person can go through difficult experiences and remain trapped by them. But when someone asks what the experience taught them, they begin transforming the past into wisdom. This is the difference between being changed by life and being shaped by life. Odysseus is changed by everything he experiences, but he does not lose himself completely. He carries his memories, values, and purpose with him. His identity evolves, but the core of who he is remains alive. This balance is important because growth does not mean becoming a completely different person. It means becoming a deeper version of yourself. The modern world shows the same pattern. People often look back at difficult chapters and realize those moments created the person they are today. The challenges they wanted to avoid became the experiences that developed their strength. The Odyssey reminds us that every journey leaves something behind and brings something new. You lose old versions of yourself, old beliefs, and old ways of thinking. But in return, you gain knowledge that could only come from experience. In the end, Odysseus's greatest transformation is not reaching Ithaca. It is becoming the person capable of returning there. The journey does not simply take him home. It prepares him for home, because the longest journeys are rarely about distance. They are about discovering who you become when everything familiar is taken away. The human need for meaning beyond victory. Winning is one of the strongest motivations in human life. People chase success, recognition, power, and achievement because victory feels like proof that their struggle was worth it. But there is a deeper psychological truth that the Odyssey reveals. Humans do not only need to win, they need to know why they are fighting in the first place. Odysseus spends years trying to overcome impossible challenges. He survives wars, monsters, storms, and loss. From the outside, it looks like his goal is simply victory. But when we look deeper, we realize something important. Winning alone is not what keeps him alive. Meaning is, throughout his journey, Odysseus is offered things many people would consider greater than victory. Calypso offers him immortality. Other places offer comfort, pleasure, and safety. He could choose an easier life. He could avoid suffering completely. But he refuses because those things do not connect to what truly matters to him. This reveals a powerful aspect of human psychology. People can endure incredible difficulty when they believe their struggle has meaning. Pain becomes easier to carry when it is connected to a purpose. Psychologist Viktor Frankl, who studied survival and meaning after experiencing extreme suffering, argued that people are able to endure enormous hardship when they have a reason to continue. The mind does not only ask, "How can I escape this pain?" It also asks, "What is this pain for?" Odysseus has an answer. He is fighting to return home. He is fighting for his family, his identity, and the life he values. That purpose becomes stronger than temporary comfort. This is something we see in everyday life. An athlete does not train for years because every workout feels enjoyable. A student does not spend endless hours studying because every moment is easy. A person rebuilding after failure does not continue because the process is painless. They continue because something beyond the struggle matters. Without meaning, even success can feel empty. Many people achieve the things they thought would make them happy, only to discover that the victory itself is not enough. They reach a goal, receive recognition, or gain status, but still feel unsatisfied. The reason is simple. Achievement answers the question of what you accomplished. Meaning answers the question of why it mattered. Odysseus understands this difference. He does not want Ithaca because it is the most luxurious place in the world. He wants it because it represents belonging. It represents the people and values that give his life meaning. Psychology shows that humans are motivated by more than pleasure. We need connection, purpose, and a sense that our actions matter. When people lose meaning, even comfortable lives can feel empty. But when people have meaning, they can survive situations that seem impossible. This is why difficult periods can feel unbearable when people cannot see beyond them. A struggle without purpose feels like punishment. A struggle with purpose feels like progress. The Odyssey teaches that the greatest victories are not always about defeating an enemy or achieving a goal. Sometimes the greatest victory is protecting the reason you started the journey. Odysseus changes throughout his adventure. He becomes wiser, more patient, and more aware. But the thing that keeps him moving is not the desire to prove he is powerful. It is the desire to return to what gives his life meaning. This lesson applies to everyone. Success without meaning can become another form of emptiness. But even small achievements can become powerful when they are connected to something bigger than ourselves. A person who understands their purpose can survive rejection, failure, and uncertainty because they are not only chasing an outcome, they are protecting a part of who they are. In the end, the Odyssey reminds us that humans are not built only for victory. We are built for significance. We do not just want to reach the destination. We want to know why the journey was worth taking, because the greatest reward is not simply winning the battle. It is knowing what you were fighting for. Why the hardest journey is returning to yourself after everything changes. The most difficult journeys in life are not always the ones that take us somewhere new. Sometimes the hardest journey is returning to who we are after life has changed us. When people experience loss, failure, success, or years of struggle, they rarely come back as the same person who left. The world changes them. Their beliefs change. Their priorities change. And eventually they face a difficult question. After everything I have been through, who am I now? This is the final psychological lesson hidden inside the Odyssey. Odysseus spends 20 years trying to return home, but the real challenge is not reaching Ithaca. The real challenge is becoming someone who can belong there again. When Odysseus leaves for the Trojan War, he is a confident king with a clear identity. He knows his role. He knows his place in the world, but after years of war and wandering, that identity is tested again and again. He loses his companions. He faces impossible situations. He experiences isolation, temptation, and grief. The man who begins the journey cannot simply return unchanged because too much has happened. This is something every human experiences after major life events. A person loses a relationship, changes careers, faces a personal failure, or survives a difficult period, and suddenly the old version of themselves no longer feels familiar. They may miss who they used to be, but they cannot completely go back. Psychology explains this through identity reconstruction. Human identity is not a permanent object. It is a story we create about ourselves based on our experiences. When something major happens, that story can break apart. People must rebuild their understanding of who they are and what matters to them. Odysseus goes through this process throughout his journey. He learns that his identity is not only based on being a warrior or a king. His true strength comes from qualities that survive every situation. His intelligence, his patience, his ability to adapt, his loyalty to what matters most. This is why difficult experiences can be both painful and transformative. They remove the things we depend on and reveal what remains underneath. Think about someone who loses a job they built their identity around. At first, it feels like losing themselves. But over time, they may discover skills, interests, and strengths they never recognized before. Someone who survives a difficult relationship may realize their worth was never dependent on another person's approval. Someone who experiences failure may discover they are more resilient than they believed. Change forces people to separate who they are from what they had. The problem is that humans naturally resist this process. The mind prefers familiarity. Even an unhappy identity can feel safer than an unknown one. This is why people often hold on to old versions of themselves long after those versions no longer fit their lives. Odysseus faces the opposite challenge. He has been away for so long that returning requires adjustment. He cannot simply walk back into his old life as if nothing happened. He must understand the new reality around him while reconnecting with the values that defined him. This is an important psychological skill called adaptability. Adaptable people do not avoid change. They learn how to grow through it. They accept that life will create new circumstances and that they must evolve without losing their core identity. The strongest people are not those who never change. They are those who know what should change and what should remain. Odysseus changes his strategies, his perspective, and his understanding of himself. But he never loses his connection to what matters most. His journey teaches that identity is not about staying exactly the same. It is about carrying your deepest values through every version of yourself. This lesson appears in everyday life constantly. The person you were 5 years ago had different experiences, different fears, and different dreams. Expecting yourself to remain unchanged only creates conflict. Growth requires accepting that every chapter creates a new version of you. The goal is not to return to the person you were before life changed you. The goal is to meet the person you became because of it. In the end, Odysseus's greatest victory is not defeating enemies or crossing dangerous seas. It is recognizing himself after everything that tried to change him, because sometimes the longest journey is not finding your way back to a place. It is finding your way back to yourself. Why comfort can be more dangerous than suffering. The psychological lesson of Calypso's island. Most people think suffering is the greatest threat to a meaningful life. We assume pain is what stops people from growing. But sometimes the opposite is true. Sometimes it is comfort that quietly steals our ambition. Not because comfort is bad, but because too much of it makes us forget what we were living for in the first place. That is the hidden psychological lesson of Calypso's island in the Odyssey. When Odysseus arrives on Calypso's island, he is finally safe. There are no monsters chasing him, no storms to survive, no battles to fight. Calypso offers him comfort, peace, and even immortality. For many people, that would sound like the perfect ending. Yet Odysseus is miserable. He spends his days looking toward the sea because deep down he knows something important is missing. He has everything that should make him happy, but he has lost the one thing that gives his life meaning, his purpose. This reveals a powerful truth about the human mind. We are not designed to live only for comfort. We are designed to move towards something that matters. When life becomes nothing but comfort, growth slowly disappears. Psychologists often describe this as adaptation. The brain quickly gets used to pleasure. What once felt exciting becomes normal. Then it begins searching for something else. This is why achieving comfort alone rarely creates lasting fulfillment. Without purpose, comfort eventually turns into emptiness. Think about how often this happens today. Someone reaches a stable job but loses all motivation. Someone spends every free hour chasing entertainment, yet feels strangely unsatisfied. Someone avoids every challenge because they want an easy life, only to realize they no longer feel alive. The problem is not comfort itself. The problem is becoming so comfortable that you stop growing. Odysseus understands this better than anyone. He knows that returning home will mean uncertainty, hardship, and risk. But he chooses that difficult path anyway because a meaningful struggle is more valuable than a meaningless paradise. This is where psychology offers an important insight. Human beings grow through challenge. Every time we solve a difficult problem, overcome fear, or develop a new skill, the brain becomes more confident in its ability to handle life. Comfort protects us, but challenge transforms us. That is why the hardest choices often create the greatest growth. Calypso's island is not really a prison made of walls. It is a prison made of comfort. Nothing forces Odysseus to stay except the temptation to settle. And that may be the most dangerous temptation of all. The Odyssey reminds us that the greatest threat is not always pain. Sometimes it is the life that becomes so easy that we forget our purpose. Because when comfort replaces meaning, people stop becoming who they were capable of being. In the end, Odysseus leaves behind immortality for something far more valuable. A life that mattered. And perhaps that is the greatest psychological lesson of all. Suffering may test your character, but endless comfort can slowly erase it. The strongest life is not the easiest one. It is the one that keeps giving you a reason to keep moving forward,